Why .NET developers don't wear glasses? Because they see sharp.
WARNING SOMEVIEWERSMAYFINDTHEFOLLOWBITHOLEY VIEWERDISCRETIONISADVISED.
I don't know. I don't know what Morgan is on this morning, but I would like to have some, please. It's apparently welcome to today's spelling jam. It is, in fact, yes. It is not game jams we're talking about today. It is spelling and how good people are at it. And I think we can quite clearly tell. What has happened to my Journ Jam counter? I think we can quite clearly tell that, in fact, Morgan Freeman is not just great at acting, he's also great at spelling. I have absolutely no idea whatsoever why he did that. Nothing has changed on the stream. Everything's the same. He just, I guess, got out of bed and felt like he didn't want to say any words. He just wanted to spell them out. So that gave me an early chuckle today. How are we doing, everybody? Welcome on in. Duke us off. GG's on getting first. I was running around making my coffee, grabbing myself some de-icer, some antifreeze, if you will. Yeah, that happened. It was funny, yeah. But you think that's funny? You wait until you see what the new command does. I have a bit later when maybe a certain scientist, which ambassador shows up. You're going to laugh your socks off, so you might want to take your socks off already just to save them shooting off later on. Okay, just putting that out there. Did fish actually work? Duke us off without me doing a test, because usually I test fish and I test drop and do things, but you know, since I wasn't at my desk for the intro 10 minutes, I didn't see if it actually happened. I guess I could just try and fish, right? You caught some. Huzzah! Well done. GG's. Well, I guess first order of the day, I know we're a bit more chill on a Friday. First order of the day is probably to fix the Jern Jam countdown. Now, recently, in their infinite wisdom, Irish John Games and Berlin from Science Streams decided they were going to change the day. You know, it's not like it was going to start this Sunday or anything. You know, let's change the day. So they changed the start day. They actually pushed it a day forward, which means you get a day less to do the jam, and also you get to start later on the jam than, you know, if you had, say, I don't know, plans for Sunday to, you know, start Sunday evening and everything was in position, and then it got pushed to start, you know, Monday evening instead. Okay, all right. So that happened, and clearly it's upset the countdown as well. So now we need to fix that. So let's make that first order of the day before we do anything else. Well, let's do the prediction first before we do anything else. So today's prediction for my shirt: am I wearing a space shirt? Am I wearing a Pac-Man shirt? Or is it in fact something else? Well, today, one person got it right, but it doesn't look like they're going to win that many points, to be fair, that many channel points. So we'll have a quick look and see. In fact, I'm not procrastinating. I'm on a side quest. So it is not space. It is not Pac-Man. It is in fact something else. So I'm going to say GG's to Dr. Captain, who I believe was the only one that did actually get it correct. There we go. Get all your points back, Dr. Captain. Sadly, it was a day when I wasn't overwhelmed with people joining in, but you know what? You joined in, and I appreciate that. You know, Dukasoff was here, but, you know, Dukasoff didn't do it. I don't think he's allowed to do it, actually. I think he gets in trouble if he participates in stuff which might be construed as gambling, so he's probably not allowed. Actually, while we're on drum and bass, when it's supposed to be a bit more chill on a Friday, let's slow things down a little. All right, Fresh Meat is in the house. Freshy, how are you doing? Welcome on in. Good to see you. I can, but at 0 points. Oh, so you might always participate then. Just, can you even participate with 0 points? I don't know. Anyway. So we need to fix the Jern Jam counter. I'm sure it was nothing to do with them changing the date on it and it throwing the format off. I'm sure it's everything to do with just how my counter was set up. So, first order of the day, fix Jern Jam counter, because it doesn't really tell you how long there is to go, does it? It just says September 15th, 2025 at, and that doesn't really give much away. I'm going to have to get headphones with a volume control on the lead, because now I've had to increase the volume after some audio changes so you guys can hear the music. It's actually blowing my ears off, so I'm actually going to have to move my headphones back a little bit off my ears. It doesn't quite literally blow my ears off, because, you know, I don't look funny enough. Can you imagine without ears as well? All right, so as I mentioned earlier, we have a new command today. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I am going to show you it later when the mighty Balint shows up. So we'll start off by doing a shout out for Dukasoft, who was first today. And then we're going to do a shout out for Science Streams and see if I can spell it correctly today, because last time we shouted out Science Stream without an S on the end, and yeah, you don't want to know what happened. All right, well, there's Science Streams. I think we got it correct. There it is. All right, and obviously Freshy is also a streamer, so I'm going to go ahead and shout out Freshy as well. All right, let's see what clips we're going to get today. Some lovely drone footage.
Yeah, we are live 7 days a week. We do.
And now
It's
we
gonna be
need to
on
pause the
Mondays.
music. It should do
Tuesdays
that
we model
automatically.
builds. Wednesdays we do
Oh, that's an
science
old
art
clip.
crossover
Look, that's
with
Ilona. She looks a little bit older than that now.
Thursdays we do games and talk about the science behind a video game. This week,
Strom, how
right
you
now
doing?
grounded.
Welcome on in.
Looking at the sides of an insect, and you.
He is an
look at
occasional streamer.
The insect where we look at the insect.
That is one of Bolin's commands. That's not the latest one though. But yes, that was Baby Ilona. And there's Freshie in dark mode. Before he got his rocking setup that he has now. I do see some movement. That is moving. Something's moving.
We're not doing that one.
They were last playing Hollow Knight Silk Song. Blint was, yes. Yeah, I don't think Freshie's been playing games recently, but not Silk Song. Freshie's been playing other games. Sweet clip. Yeah, I mean... yeah. I went through my clips the other day. I didn't realise I had so many, and some of them I'm like, do I really want that still as a clip? Yeah, I guess I'll leave it for now. So I think every so often I like to have a look through and just see anything that needs taken out of there, because you know when you go to people's channels and they're like, yeah, let's do your shout out, and you're like, yeah, and you're like, no, not that one, no. Bit clippy, exactly. That's great advertising. It advertises. It's like the before and after when they do like, here's an Elgato commercial. All right, this is before you have stream lighting, and look, this is how you can look afterwards. In fact, speaking of Elgato, one of my lights is off again this morning. Usually it's the left one that's temperamental.
Hey,
Today,
Dukesoft, thanks for checking out the
nothing from the
birds
right
and the
side.
bees.
Not a lot of activity going on this morning. We do have the hummingbird feeder filled up, as you can see. I think there's bird seed in it. Not in the hummingbird feeder, that would be crazy, but... Wait, is that hummingbird perched on the side? It is, look! At the bottom, look, feeding from the bottom of the hummingbird feeder is a hummingbird. Nice timing, Dukesoft. Look at that. See the birds and the bees here as well. Wow. We actually, after thinking that we hadn't got any more rats, we did a catch and release on Roland, and then Reggie never returned, and we thought Reggie might have been lunch for a passing vulture or something. We spotted him a couple of nights ago. He came back, but he hasn't been seen again since. So it's very sporadic when he shows up. So we may or may not put the live trap out again to try and catch him. But yeah, Humburb. Yeah. So I just looked. That clip was from 8 years ago. What? 8 years ago. Think how much you spent on hardware in that 8 years, Freshie. All right. So I'm just going to see if I can fix the key light real quick. Elgato. Key light, right, turn on, and ting! There we go. We have a full lighting setup now. We have one either side and one at the top, and now I'm as bright as a 1,000-watt light bulb or something. The newest one is 4 years old. We need to get you some more clips, Freshly. Next time I'm on your stream, I'm going to start clipping like crazy. Not just ridiculous stuff, but, you know, funny stuff, comical stuff, out of context stuff. All the stuff that makes for the best clips, I think. Okay. So let's have a look at this Journ Jam. Now it's changed. And let's reformat Countdown OBS source. So we have a group called Journ Jam. In there we have Journ Jam theme, which we don't have enabled yet because we don't know the theme. We have a Journ Jam logo, which is this thing here. You can turn on and off. We have the browser source, Journ Jam Countdown. That's the one. This one here. So now we need to clearly rejig it, reformat it. Let's put it in the center of the screen. Oh, now where's it gone? Let's get it back. Maybe don't do that. Drag it up here manually. And we are going to have to reformat it. Scoodin' doo doo doo. Oh, look at Dukasoft with the song requests early. Developer Dreams Spaghetti Code. I have never, ever heard of that song. I kind of feel the need now to skip to it, so let's have a listen. Oh, I like it. Mario Cat, how are you doing? Happy Friday. Welcome on in. The date changed for the Journ Jam, and it messed with our counter because I guess the format was different on the page, so now we're having to rejig it. I think we have it. I think we're back in business. I think we're good. We have this lovely, scary track from Dukasoft currently. Sing along if you know the words. Dukasoft might. Actually closed out the text file I normally use. That's weird. Okay.
A big welcome to our newest subscriber, Hiryoke.
Step right up.
What is going on right now?
To the king, baby.
Hario Cat subscribing at tier 1? That's not even supposed to be enabled, that new subscriber thing. I'm still working on that. But look at that. Hario Cat is the first person in the channel to test out the Duke Nukem new subscriber. So thank you so much. What doesn't make any sense is it says in the OBS chat, subscribed at tier 1. Doesn't give me any more details than that. And then when we go across to the chat that's in the template, it says resub ×1. That makes no sense. I'm flattered to be the guinea pig. Yes, thank you. We now have a, you know when classrooms have like a class pet? We now have a guinea pig, a stream pet, if you will, called Hario Cat. So thank you so much. That's really appreciated. It always surprises me. I don't get that many subscribers, so it always surprises me when somebody does. So thank you. That's very appreciated. I'm the one that's flattered here. Nerdwino is in the house. Former NASA scientist, knows everything there is to know about space. I mean, everything. If you ask him a space question, he's got the answer right there. You know? Who is his favourite space person? Katy Perry. He's right there. He's my favourite moon person. He knows that. This is true. He's the newest VIP of this channel. He was here often enough that he saved enough channel points, enough cogs, if you will, and cashed them in, went like pushing like all the chips across the table in Vegas and said, hey, give me that nice little emote. Shows I'm a member of the VIP Diamond Club. And I was like, all right, fair enough. You saved your points. You gave me enough chips. Let's go. So welcome in, Nerdwino. Good to see you. I hope you're having a fantastic Friday already. I get that you're a couple of hours behind me, so probably still a little bit early for you. But anyway, let's give the shouty, the besto friendo. It's more of an investment in the future than a cashing in.
It's because there was a physical phenomenon that people from every continent could see. I believe it's aliens. Aha. Yeah, so you're talking about the petroglyphs, right? Yeah, that's this thing.
I believe it's aliens.
Let's get a picture. Where are we? Not like that. Jesus.
Oh, this is where you look through your collection of man pictures.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Petroglyph.
when you accidentally on stream pull up your browser history and you're like, oh no, I never look at these. Nope, not me. 4:30? What? I don't even remember what you were searching for, but I remember being on that stream and I thought it was hilarious, and I think I did that clip. It was a few months ago. Yeah, so Nerdwino, also one of those streamers that doesn't very often go through their clips to see if any need wheedling out. So, any particular reason you're up since 4:30? You know, you just felt like an early start today? You got up in anticipation of me starting my stream early and didn't want to miss anything? I mean, I hope everything's okay. We do have a new command in the stream today. I'm not going to tell anybody what it is. And we have to wait for His Excellency to arrive, so... I'm just a go-getter, man. That's what it is. Not chronic insomnia, right? Oh, okay. You're a go-getter. Let's focus on that. Let's pretend it's that. So, tell a goose. We have a goose in the house. I always try and do a goose impression. It always ends up sounding like a turkey, so I'm not going to do that. But welcome in, Turgus. How you doing? Get you shouted out for the streamy streams that you do. Hope your Friday's going well. Turgus, of course, in the same time zone as me. I know exactly what time it is for Turgus.
Stupid easy.
How are you, Turgus? Good to see you. And I know it looks like I've probably forgotten about giving you an image for your Toasty redemption. I haven't. We're probably going to do it tomorrow, live on stream. I don't really know what I'm going to do yet. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I maintain a list. And the list actually has in it a section that says Sandbox Saturday. Fuel, how you doing? Welcome in. I actually have a section on there for Sandbox Saturdays. And yeah, one of those things, well, funny enough, one of those things is finishing Duke Nukem animation. And Harry Cat came in this morning because since I started working on the animation, we haven't had a new subscriber, and boom, I forgot I left it enabled, and we saw we saw Duke Nukem come in. So yeah, you maintain a list and checking it twice. Yes, I'm just like Santa, really. I mean, I've got the build, I'm just working on the laugh. It's it just sounds like a Disney villain instead of Santa. I'm still working on it, Phil. Give me time, I'll get there. Doing well, how are you? I'm doing all right so far. I'm 2 or 3 coffees in, and I did say I was trying to cut down on caffeine, so maybe I'll slow down a bit on that and just drink my my antifreeze. I mean my de-icer. I mean my flavoured water. We have blue flavoured water today. Pretty sure what it is. I think it's Gatorade, possibly. Yeah, it's delicious. It's full of healthy stuff like electrolytes and stuff. Great stream with Volcano Doc. Yes, sadly, I jumped on at the start of the stream and I did see Volcano Doc chit-chatting. And then we had Nom Noms. It was dinner time, so we had dinner. And then we ended up watching another episode of Wednesday. Almost finished. I think we have a couple of episodes left. 7 and 8 left. And then I thought, okay, well, I'm going to go and watch Nerdwino now. And then, bizarrely, I had 2 tabs open on Berlin. So I don't know if Nerdwino raided Berlin or raided somebody who then raided Berlin. But yeah, when I got back to my desk, I'm like, no, Nerdwino gone. So yeah, I was fully in lurk mode. I was lurking hard last night. Ultrasaurus, that was right. No, you're right. You're right. Because I came to my desk and I even scrolled back and I saw where you'd raided in, but it was too late for me to actually jump in and go, ha, Nerdwino raid. It would have, I'd have just looked like a straggler or an imposter at that point. So yes, you're quite correct, Ultrasaurus. It's always funny when I come back to my desk because I have sometimes I leave tabs open because I lurk on people's streams, and then they raid somebody and they raid somebody else, and then like I hold down the back button on my browser and it's like, oh, this person at the bottom was who I was watching, and then you can actually see who each person raids into. Yeah, Ultrasaurus. She had quite a few people in, didn't she? When I pulled up the stream, seemed like she was having a lot of peeps there. So for those people that were in Valent's stream last night, he tried to segue, and it didn't really work. Now you know he has a seg command where you do ! seg, and it kind of does a little animation and says, "Hey, Valent just did a great segue" or something like that. Now this wasn't a great segue. Nobody did the command, and he was kind of like, yeah, and it didn't really go well. So that kind of gives you some idea of the command we're going to show off when he comes in. Yeah, because, you know, it'd be terrible if we, like, dragged him back to that moment, wouldn't it? And, like, you know, a naughty puppy, we actually rubbed his face in it. Wouldn't be very nice at all. I mean, hilarious. Hilarious indeed, but yeah, not very nice. So, yeah. Buckle up, hold on for that hilarity when he does show up, which maybe he will at some point today. Then we'll demonstrate the new command, which might be temporary. I might just leave it. I might leave it open for everybody with no cooldown. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. She generally does, yeah. Yeah, she's partner, I think, right? I don't really know Ultrasaurus much other than when she's in Valent stream. I don't follow, so I'm not too familiar with her audience, her viewership, or in fact her content. That's how it goes when I fall asleep watching Twitch and wake up that morning in some random stream. That's it, yeah. I mean, there's no telling. It could be a magician, which I've woken up to before, somebody using a hula hoop. It could be sumo wrestlers. I mean, there's no telling what you end up with. Oh, get ready for the scream. 49 days. I'm not procrastinating, Lodoc. I'm on a side quest, all right, in case you were wondering. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Thanks for that redemption, Dr. Captain, sir. We have a couple of countdowns now. We have the Halloween one. We have the Sleeps Till Santa. We can see how long until Christmas. She plays a lot of sim games and Search is big into the science, though, so it's always a good raid. Yeah, I mean, it's always a tough one to call. You know, do you raid somebody you know? Do you raid a stranger? Do you raid within your category? Do you just get somebody completely different? You know, sometimes we raid out to makers and crafters, and it's like, nothing to do with game dev, but, you know, that's how you widen your circle of friendos, right? I am procrastinating. Don't tell people it's a side quest, all right? You're welcome. Sumo starts tonight. Yay! Wait, what? On your stream, you're doing sumo wrestling, Turgus. Who are you wrestling with? Is it Valent? I would tune in for that. Absolutely. I try to mix it up. If I didn't, I would be raiding Valent every time. That's the challenge, isn't it? Trying to mix up who you actually raid. As I mentioned before, I have a hidden channel on Discord, and every time we raid out, it actually puts a message there to say, okay, today you raided out to this person. So if we look in reverse, my raid targets who we've raided are Temptic404, game dev, Cutie Kitty, game dev, Irad dev, programmer, Bardi, game dev, Jotson, game dev, Tomat Salat, game dev, Red Cabin Games, game dev. I get you might be seeing some kind of theme here when I say about mixing it up, but Science Streams, science. Anna, SAS dev, web developer. JD does dev, game dev. Kieran, game dev. Coding Out Loud, game dev. Moxie Drinker, not a game dev, does a lot of IRL streams. Smikes, web dev. Steve's very own. So yeah, and then I'm not going to go through all of them, but we have like Yogurt Garrel, you know, friendos of the channel, as well as other streamers, I try to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you now because, you know, you like when I'm honest. I don't very often raid random channels just because it kind of is a real kick in the gut. Can I say that? It's a real punch in the gut even when it's a failed raid. And by a failed raid, I mean either they don't even acknowledge that you've raided in because they're in the zone playing a game, or, you know, and it just appears like it's a replay stream. They don't even acknowledge you in chat. Or, you know, they're like, oh, hi raiders, welcome on in, and then just continue to do what they were doing or just talk about themselves and say how great they are without even asking how your stream went. So, yeah. Well, a lot of the times I'll raid in and I'll be like, yeah, we didn't really do much today, so tell us about you. That's fine. Then, you know, go ahead and tell me about you, but at least pay some attention to the person that brought new people to the channel. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I feel like you dislike game devs. Not really. Not clearly opposites day. I had an early morning stream the other day and got to raid out to a cool Unity boffin. It was great. You might want to consider him for your raids. I feel like you might be talking about me. We had a Nerduino raid, yes, the other day, and it was quite amazing because normally Nerduino and I stream at times that are different enough and days that are usually different. That means that we can't raid each other, which is frustrating and annoying, but you know, is a fact of life. TD with the speed run. Are you going to be successful, TD? No. Oh no. TD got crabs. Man. Crab meat came out and took all your rings away, TD. Sorry about that. I did actually say that I was going to remove that redemption because I think personally it needs a lot of tweaking. I'm not really happy with how it turned out and I was just going to withdraw it, but Berlin said, no, I am the mighty ambassador of Twitch and you will do no such thing. So I'm like, oh, okay, all right. I don't want to get cancelled. I know that this guy has a lot of pull, all right? I don't want to upset anybody, especially him. So, against my better judgment, it stays. But, you know, if you think I'm talking trash, then maybe there's only one place that you should drag me into. The TD's going to anyway. Thank you, TD, for those redemptions. There is going to be an update to that talking trash when I get more than 5 minutes free time. That'll never happen. In that when you drag me over the recycle bin, the trash can, and then the mouse pointer lets me go, it will then bring up a Windows menu. It says either empty recycle bin or restore BitGamey. And then if it chooses restore, I'll go straight back to this. If it says to empty the recycle bin, then you'll hear that crunchy noise, and then I'll stay gone for a little while. And that'll be the you win, you lose condition. So at the moment, it's not on a randomizer. It just trashes me all the time. But that's the plan for that. And another update to it, you saw the maze screensaver that came up from Windows 95, I want to say. Killed Ninja suggested actually having my webcam source on the end of one of those corridors on the wall like a picture, and then when you go down it, it gets bigger, and then that's how I come back, which I thought was a nice idea. And again, when I get another 5 minutes free, I will look at implementing that. So changes are afoot. How are you doing, Tubby? Welcome in. Always good to see you. Tubby does love the drop game. I'm going to say people do love the drop game. We do have a new drop game that I'm working on at the moment. However, it is currently disabled because I'm having some challenges with it. And it is in fact the plop game, where you can drop not a plop, because plop is the act of playing the game, where you can plop emotes onto the screen and they'll come down the screen in a similar style to how the drop game does. But for now, if you want a chance at winning the free sub, then we're just going with the drop game. How are you doing, Tubby? Is how I speak to most of my Yeah, and how long is it after that that the friendship crumbles? That is not good flavored water. Usually I have cherry 7-Up, which is pretty good. Recently I tried the Starburst cherry, which also pretty good. Now I'm out of all of those, and looking at the back of the basket with all the flavored powders in, we have the zero sugar Gatorade, which you tell me, Tubby. I mean, I think if you address Tubby Crumbles as Tubby, it's not seen as an insult. But you know, if you address IRL friends as Tubby, then they might, unless it's their actual name, of course, they might be a little offended, possibly. I don't know. Caring about people, shocking. So, Lodog, I don't remember. Were you on Blint's stream last night when he did the segue to shouting me out? Did you catch that? Because if not, you'll be in for a treat today. Yeah. Unless it's factually true. I mean, I think to be fair, even if it was factually true, that's still considered an insult, TD. I'm not telling you how to live your life. I'm just saying, you know. What about if someone calls me chubby hubby? I mean, if it's your wife and it's a term of endearment, if you will, then I think it's permissible. We'd have to let that one slide. Yeah. I don't think I've ever been called a chubby hubby. Strange, really, but yeah, there it is. Now, I'm British, it's not an insult. I mean, it might not be in your neck of the woods, because, you know, I be British too, me old mate. And, you know, I don't really know what that was. What was that accent? And I wouldn't dream of calling anybody, friend or not, Tubby, without getting punched in the face, so yeah. Anyway, while we wait for the mighty ambassador, His Excellency, to arrive, I will put a pin, if you will, in the command I created last night after things went a bit south on the stream. But for now, how about I get you guys a new Publisher of the Week asset on the Unity Asset Store. You know, you could go and pay $20 if you wanted to before Thursday and get this asset in your collection, or you could just click the link in chat and get it for free. Yes, for free. In the North, the more you insult, the more you care. Oh, so it's not sharing is caring, it's insulting is caring? It hasn't quite got the same rhyming ring to it, but... Okay, so, Hippo. Thing to do with being Tubby. GD. Hippo is the Publisher of the Week this week on the Unity Asset Store, which means every single one of their assets is half price. Huzzah! So if you ever saw any of these assets from Hippo and you're like, you know what, I might buy that if it was a little cheaper, maybe even half price would be nice. This week is your week. So it has a bunch of freebies. Some of the freebies you can see I've already added to my collection. I don't know if I have any paid assets of Hippos. Let's have a look. Got a whole bunch of freebies, to be honest. Oh, we've got 50% off of this one here. 50% off this one. In fact, 50% off of all of them because they're the Publisher of the Week. And let's see how many assets they have. We put 96 to a page. And scroll down. It does, in fact, oh, it is just the one page. So they have less than 96 assets, 96 or less. They all fit on one page. But look, with assets up to $100, they're half price. And using the code that's in chat, which is Hippo 2025. Go ahead and pin it to chat. 10 minutes. Yeah, so if you want this Character Maker 4D for free, and you didn't get the alert that it went live on Thursday morning, 10 a.m. my time, then you probably need to get onto my... Yes, for free, you need to get onto my Discord server and join the 700 plus members who are already enjoying alerts about assets gone free, about new bundles coming out, about Steam deals, about sales on the Nintendo store. You have a Switch or a Switch 2 or a Switch Lite or a Switch OLED or one of the 56 different types of Switch you can get from Nintendo. Then you might just benefit from being on my server. So, Character Maker 4D, and you might be like, well, I've heard of 2D and I've heard of 3D. How is it 4D? Well, let's have a look. Let's see what they say. 2D Character Maker for fantasy games. So straight away, there's two of the dimensions. Okay. Special promo, request new equipment in your review and we'll add it. You see, that's pretty good. You leave a review. I mean, I don't know if you left a bad review and then said about something whether they would add it, but if you left a nice review, I'm sure you would, and asked to have some new equipment in here, it looks like they'll do it for you. Look, so you can run the WebGL demo in the browser, which will kick off. Create amazing fantasy characters for your mobile games with our Fantasy Heroes Character Editor 4D. Sprites plus icons plus inventory system plus code examples. Is that what they call in the 4 dimensions, maybe? Sure, that qualifies as different dimensions, but anyway. Quick start scene is included to boost integration to your project. Related assets. Here's a whole bunch of other assets you can use with it that we make if you want to go and take a look. Create and customize human characters. Change body parts and equipment. Basic sprite collection, full sprite collection. Create and customize human characters, change body parts and equipment, change body parts, color, icons included, mix armor parts, faces. So lots of stuff. Here's your tech specs. Anything 2021 or newer, Unity. Clean source code, because, you know, if you don't like dirty code, this is probably the way to go. Compatible with LWRP. Any platform. I love how they say any platform, but Unity supports more than these platforms. But I guess these are the 4 they support. So any platform, as long as it's one of these 4. Just don't make it Mac or any of the dev kits you can get, Switch or the PlayStation or Xbox. Anyway, short FAQ. Each 4D character has 4 parts, front, back, left, right. So now, maybe this is the 4 dimensions. Each part is a set of sprite renderer components. The asset can't be used for NFT projects. I mean, makes sense. NFT is supposed to be exclusive digital content, right? Because they just don't want them being used and then sold, and then other people potentially couldn't create the same thing. All right. It would be super awesome if you rate 5 stars our asset and leave your feedback. Your reviews inspire us for creating and improving our assets. Thanks and good luck with your projects. I never known an NFT bro that cared about trivial things like terms of use. I mean, there is that. You know, you can put these things in place. Doesn't mean that people will abide by them. I mean, Unity pretty much... and probably states when you sign up that if you get anybody's assets from here, now, and even developers put it in their posts, in their pages, please don't just like resell it elsewhere. And then you can go, there are pirate sites. over the internet without even hitting the dark web, where you can go and find expensive assets that somebody has clearly bought, somebody has given to somebody else, and then they've put it on their pirate site for free. But it's okay. It's fully legal because they put for educational purposes only. No, that's not how it works. If one of my assets turned up on a pirate assets website, I'd be ticked. I'd be annoyed. I'd be like contacting the web host and going, you know, they're hosting illegal content here, right? You know, they're giving away stuff for free that should be paid for. I'd be trying to get the site taken down, or at the very least, the page that had my assets on. So yeah, you know what you can do with your educational purposes only? Come over here, I'll show you. No, bit closer, bit closer. Right, now just tip forward. Yeah. Or if you take assets for AI training, it's fair. No. LLM should just be letters in the word llama. It shouldn't be a means for anybody just to grab other people's work without permission and use it. No. You want to see fair use? Come over here. Come a bit closer. Yeah, a bit closer. There you go. Right, stand right there. Close your eyes, and I'll show you what I think of fair use. Anyway, rant over. So if you want this for free, it's normally $20. It's $9.99 as part of the Publisher Week sale. So for 7 days, starting yesterday, you can actually get this for free with the code at the top of chat. So get this $20 asset for free today. Look, let's have a look. 4-directional character editor. Oh yeah, that's the different. Saying 4D just because it's a 2D character that can face in different directions. So pseudo 4D possibly, or just 2D facing in different directions. Anyway, I guess you can equip them with these different items. And load in the sprites from it, like different characters. I'm guessing if you know what you're doing when it comes to code, you could grab this and you could put in your own 2D characters and then add your own items to the slots and yeah, customize it like that instead of having to use their particular items in particular and their characters. Is Freshie still here? I think Freshie's lurking, right? So I should be able to request one of the songs I like. Freshie doesn't like this song, and I don't like driving Freshie away or having him have to mute because he doesn't like it. So I'm just going to request that song real quick. Why he's not listening or looking? I think we got away with it. Okay, so yeah, this is the Character Maker 4D. You what? It's not playing yet, Freshie. Come back. Don't desert us yet. You've got a whole about 40 seconds possibly before it kicks in. So yeah. Well, if I'm muted anyway, then might as well jump to it. Okay, so you know what this is all about. If you have a need for a 2D character and items, an inventory system possibly. And yeah, look, I do like these. Firearms, look how cute these are. You'll definitely see me using these in a 2D game if I ever create a 2D game, which I might never do, but possibly, allegedly, I might. Export to sprite sheets. Yeah, so even has optimization things like sprite sheets. What else does Hippo do? Got a bunch of assets in here. Are they all 2D stuff? Welcome, we are a small indie team and we love making assets for Unity Asset Store. We're focused on high quality 2D assets and providing complex solutions for game development. Did you try our character editor? It's awesome. Well, now you can try it for free. You can get these fantasy status icons, so they're free 2D stuff you can use. Dukasoft, I love your face. Simple spinner, progress indicator. We all know that lovely symbol, don't we? Looks like they have a few in there, though. It store's running a bit slow today. All right. So you got all these different types of spinner that you can get for free if you want to bring something up on screen if your game might be doing something or wants to give the impression that it's doing something. Tank Constructor. Look, Tank Constructor for free. Yeah, so nice this looks if you wanted a tank type game, which could be ideal for the Jern Jam. You can maybe recreate the old Atari tank game. What was that called? Tanks, I think. Got the dancing crabs coming in. How you doing, Captain Crabs? Good to see you. Could we actually be lucky enough this morning that we get to see Captain Crab's Mighty Poo? Could we be? Maybe? No, but this is my favourite clip, so... Thank you!
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We're here every night. And good night.
Clip always makes me chuckle. How are you doing, Captain Crabs? I hope you're having a good Friday. I hope the fact that it's Friday the 12th and not Friday the 13th means that it will be good for everybody. Especially those the superstitious of you out there. Here we go, Dukasoff with his bongo cats. This is actually going to drive Freshy insane. He's going to come back and think, oh, at least that song's finished. And be like, wait, what? All right, well, while we listen to the cats, let's have a look, see what else Hippo has to offer. So, fantasy inventory icons free. I'm not sure if any of this is content that comes with the $20 asset you can get free at the top of chat. But if it's not included, then this seems like it might be a good addition. Banger. I mean, I can't argue with that. You know, and Dukasoft, as a subscriber to Duo Beats, has in fact got all the fancy pants emotes. So, see if we can get I don't know if we can get any clips anymore. If we do get a clip, it'll be an old clip because now they're fancy pants DJs. Yeah, it's an old clip. So they're not allowed to have VODs and clips and stuff. It's because of reasons. So there we go. Give Susie and John a shout out. I'm not sure when they're streaming next, but drop them a follow. And you know what? If you follow a channel, automatically you will have notifications enabled, so Twitch will let you know when they go live. So you don't even have to look at the schedule, you don't have to wonder. They don't have a published schedule. You'll just get notified when they go live. They're on vacation at the moment. Yes, I saw that on their Discord server. You see, if you want to keep up with the shenanigans of Susie and John, they are on vacation. So if you want to be one of the first people to see them when they come back from vacation with their suntan, doing their next DJ stream, actually drop them a follow. Right, meow might be a good expression to use given the song. Oh, yeah. Hope you're singing along, Dukesoft. Oh yeah, is that a Duo Beats emote? Oh my goodness, I'm going to have a word with them. Spelling yeah, Y-E-H. Aye. All right. Let me grab a quick fish for the cats when they finish singing. All right. We have an electric catfish. Is that even an actual real thing? I don't know. I've heard of catfish before. I've heard of electric eels. I've never heard of an electric catfish. All right, simple slider banner. So it seems like a lot of their free assets, or some of them, are things that might be relatively easy for you to create yourself, but then you're like, why would you? Somebody's already thrown it into a free asset. And you see how this has the dots at the top, like when you do a slide across on your phone, at least on iOS. I don't know about Android. Simple slider. It's nice. I like that. Would be good for when I start getting back to doing more app development. Pixel Studio format importer. I don't know about Pixel Studio. PSP, PSX. All right. Well, I guess if you needed it, you would know what it was. Arbiter won Song of the Year at the VMAs this year. Wait, I thought... Oh, I was thinking VMAs, I was thinking video games, but I guess Video Music Awards? I don't watch many of the award ceremonies, but I know Nintendo had their what do they call it, workshop or something? They had their announcement presentation today, and by all accounts, it wasn't a lot that came out of it. MTV's Video Music Awards. Okay. That makes sense. I mean, the acronym fits. So the VMAs, are they based purely on the video that's tied to a song? Because if I remember, the Arbiter song was pretty much Rose and Bruno Mars just bouncing around playing instruments, wasn't it? Or did I remember a different video? I mean, I get them being music awards, but the fact they've thrown a V in there has to have something to do with the video that comes with it, surely. I don't know. Not really. I remember cats dancing around. I think we clearly watched different versions of that song video, Lucasoft. Because MTV used to be about music videos. Do you remember that? Do you remember back in the day when MTV used to stand for Music TV and they used to have music? Yeah. I actually don't even remember, since we don't have cable satellite anymore. I don't even remember the last time I watched MTV. But even back then when I watched, it wasn't. They'd already lost their way as far as just being a music channel. Oh, Dukasoft's he's on a hunt now. He's gonna find all the versions of Arbiter just because it's Fresh's kryptonite. All right, so we got the Journey Jam counter reformatted, so now it shows correctly since, start date was changed. Now it starts 24 hours later. Now we get a day less to create the game. But, also, originally, I think they said, you get 2 weeks, which is obviously 14 days. And I think originally it was 16 days with the dates. And so now they're starting a day later, 24 hours later. It's now 15 days. So it's still actually more than the 2 weeks that they're saying at the top of the Jam page. I can actually relax and listen to that one. The piano version. Okay. Well.
I thought I told you to turn that thing off! It's too late and it's too
Ubisoft's determined to let you listen, so here you go.
A few moments later.
Still stay quiet until the end. No singing. Imagine when somebody watches this back on the VOD, they'll be like, there's no music. Why is he just swaying his head? Is he okay? Do we need a wellness check? Is there something wrong with him? No. Insert piano music. As you can see in the music UI there, if you'd have been here and watched it live, you'd be able to hear the music. It definitely is not a bit buggy. Music intentionally removed so I don't get in trouble. And cough intentionally removed as well. It's actually one of my favourites of the new animated emotes is the bug. I think my other favourite one is rage. I think because they're both like faces that break up and animate, and I like the whole range because they remind me of the Pixels movie. Yeah. I like these kind of things, street and subway backgrounds, because it reminds me of the old Double Dragon type games, the side-scrolling beat-em-up things. This is just the backgrounds, which I guess you would scroll, and $5. Does it include parallax scrolling, possibly? We've got a street, got a station. Oh, if I was doing a 2D type of game like Streets of Rage, was it? And Double Dragon? I actually quite like those. Hey, look, the whole collection. All the boys are back in town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There we go. All of the new ones. What's your favourite, Dukesoft? Is it the LOL? Is it the bro with the fist bump? Is it the rage face? Or is it the bug? Or something else? Because, you know, you got a choice of 9 there you can choose from. If you want to tell me your favourite, I will gigantify it for you. Or maybe you like all of them. But yeah, I actually like this. I just wonder how much you could use it in a side-scrolling game, because obviously, you know, I don't think it's meant for scrolling like a Double Dragon type game. We jump up here. Oh, this was the actual test of the character maker. Yeah, this is pretty cool. All right, so yeah, if we have I think those are the best, the lol and the bug. Okay, all right. Playthrough. Okay, Double Dragon 1 arcade game playthrough, long play. We're not going to watch all 22 minutes, but just for a bit of nostalgia, and just for me, and just because, you know, I kind of have an idea in my head of what I'm going to do for the Journ Jam, but I don't know. I also love side projects, so maybe we might do something like this, and maybe we do need something like backgrounds that we just saw. Anyway, if I had to pick one, it would be the bug. All right, so we're going to do a Gigantify on the bug. Dukesoft. Here we go. But I even put a little message in there. There we go. And there it is. Look at all the bug emotes. Massive one in chat. A lot of big ones in my face.
I can't hear you.
Streamer. Yeah, so in short, hopefully Balint will show up today because I have the new command I want to show him, which will hopefully make him chuckle. And you're out of bits, and believe it or not, I'm trying to spend less on Twitch. Dukesoft, here's a quick tip for you. Since you're a mod, I don't mind if you go back in and you just reject/refund what you've spent in the past to get your points back. You know, you being here and being engaging and doing the things helps me. So I'm quite happy for you to go back in there, since I don't religiously at the end of every stream go in and just complete everything, which means there are no more refunds. You go in to the screen where you can do the refundy stuff. Just refund all your points. Okay, and we'll shh, it's between us. Okay. Oh, bits. Oh, bits. I thought you meant channel points. Sorry. I'm out of bits. I should have read it properly. I need more coffee. I'm trying to cut back on coffee, but I feel like it's, you know, some kind of death match between need more coffee, trying to cut down on caffeine. Yeah. So, no, can't refund bits, unfortunately. Sorry. Sorry about that. But, you know, if you ever want anything like a Gigantify or any of the other things that I can do for free for you, just let me know. You know, just put a message in chat and go, ha, I bet this looks great if it was Gigantified, and then I'll take the hint, okay, and I'll just do it for you. So just let me know. I was almost going to abuse that system. Yeah. I mean, I have no option to do that. Yeah, Twitch is like, you gave us the bits, thank you very much. Wait, you want them back? Yeah, that sucks to be you, sorry. Yeah, no. Alright, my incense stick that I partially burned yesterday and then put out before I went to bed is now finished, so I'm going to light another because they do smell quite delightful. I'll have to find out where Firefighter Gamey got these from so I can get some more. But yes, just a quick dip into the candle, and look, before we know it, ooh, ooh. Okay, I can get some smoke in my face. Whoa! Now my phone just fell. See, somebody must have said something controversial in chat. Phone just fell down. Imagine free blood. Can you imagine how crazy that would get? I mean, I know I said earlier I don't have a humongous amount of subscribers in here, but if I gave free blurps to subscribers, it would get so abused, wouldn't it? I know there's somebody that does that. I believe they go by the moniker of Ninja Gloppy. I believe Ninja Gloppy has free blurps for subscribers.
Just taking him to see the site.
And that was how I realised that you could even give discounts on blurps. I didn't realise you could.
Looks like he's limping a bit. No, he's not limping. Why would you ever say that he's limping?
This is an unusual game stream for Ninja Gloppy because usually Ninja plays Rocket League. This is definitely not Rocket League. This is not driving around a pitch in a car trying to put a big ball into a goal. Definitely not what that was. But he also does astral photography, normal photography. I'm not saying astral photography is abnormal, but, you know, doesn't always point his camera up at the night sky. All right, so we managed to fix the Journ Jam countdown. And I'm sure once it changes from a countdown for the start of the stream to a countdown to the end of the jam, I'm pretty sure the countdown might get balked again and we might have to fix it again. So, yeah, we'll see. But the co-host, as well as Balint from Science Streams of the jam, is in fact Journ himself. Irish John Games.
Twitch.
Heard you talk about your partner app. Yes, we've got
Look,
some good
there's a
news.
clip that has
Check your email
Jam
and Twitch
3
notifications. You're kidding.
icon. This is Jam
Hang
4
on
we're
a
heading to
minute.
now. Guten Morgen, mein Freund. That was a horrible German accent.
Where is it?
Pronunciation was terrible. How are you doing, Shout Geek? I don't know why I kind of went a bit German there. How you doing? Well, come on in.
Are you saying that
I don't
we're
have a
partners?
redemption to show off my socks like some streamers might. Say, for example, Shark Geek. I only have one that shows off my shirt, but hopefully you'll stick around for a little bit anyway, even though I'm not showing off my socks today. They wouldn't be very interested. My socks today are just plain white. Okay, so if you're just here for the socks, you might be in for a bit of a disappointment. Yeah. I think what I might do soon, if we don't see the mighty Bellint, is we might just show off the new command anyway. And then we can show it again if he does show up. Anyway, Shark Geek has some amazing
Stay a while and listen.
shark-themed streams. Thank you for the lurk, Dukasoft. Enjoy your coffee. Yes, and one of the great things I saw the other day was a 360 view on his stream, and he actually has a 360 camera that he's selling, so if anybody's interested, hit him up, and it will give you a massively discounted. Probably doesn't include free shipping, I don't know, depending on where you are. But 360 camera, and you too can create your own 360 videos. Yeah, it was really cool because it was like he was standing on the beach, and then this airplane came over, aeroplane, depending on where you're from, and flew overhead, and you can like watch it. You can like pan around with the 360. It's very cool. I've seen a couple of 360 videos before, but not like that. So I was quite impressed. I enjoyed that, Shark Geek. OM to the G, Tatum 44 is in the house. This drink is horrible. Why do I keep drinking it? How you doing, Tatum? Good to see you. I'm going to say by the time of day, you're probably still on the way to the job site, unless it's an early lunch. Wait, it's Friday. There is no work. There is no job site. There's just late breakfast. Yes. I was losing track of my days there for a minute. All right, let me fix the calendar real quick. I think that was throwing me off because I'm not used to looking at an Android calendar. So let me switch it back.
Thank you so much Anna SAS Dev for the raid.
Bit gamey. Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond. Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond. Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond.
Yeah.
Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond.
What?
Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond. Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond.
New ducky in the pond, I think.
Quack, quack, a new ducky in the pond.
Do you think?
Quack, 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 a new ducky in the pond.
Another one.
Quack, quack.
That's a lot of new duckies in the pond, Anna. How you doing? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Good to see you, everybody. I appreciate you bringing your community over to my little corner of the Twitchosphere, Anna. How you doing? How did the stream go today? Tell me everything. Spill the tea. And you know the drill. If there's any links that you want to put in chat, if you can show anything off to the party people, then we're all eyes. Unless it's an audio clip, in which case we're all ears. But welcome on in. Happy Friday. I hope your stream went well. Yeah, that clip, I mean, the clip itself probably wasn't broken, but it sounds like TTS or a redemption was going a bit BANANAS there. So it was going BANANAS on an ANNASAS. See how it... Yeah. Anyway, I was reworking a library that I made a long time ago, and the pain, oh, the pain. Still don't have good things to share. I mean, I'm going to venture to say that anything you do is a good thing to share, but you probably just don't have any links at the moment to share. Source generators everywhere. Zykov, how you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, back then I was breaking StreamerBot. We love StreamerBot here. Everything you see in this stream, all the fun redemptions, all the shenanigans, all the crazy commands, everything is StreamerBot based. Yeah. So, you know, if you do something like go into one of the effects, for example, like steampunk yourself. There we go. That's all handled by StreamerBot. Same, all custom setup. Exactly. So, done a little bit of StreamerBot work for a couple of other streamers, but generally I kind of keep my cards fairly close to my chest and just custom do things for here. I hope that in the future I can have a little example website with my custom component library, but that will take a few weeks, I think. See, the issue I have is that when I create things, sometimes it doesn't quite work, and then I change something else, and I feel like I would code things very differently if I was offering them to other people. You know, I would make them more modularized. I would use more global variables, probably. I would make things more integrated, you know, just so that I can bundle it up and other people could use it. Whereas at the moment, it's a lot of things. Some things I do create with that in mind, with the intent that, you know, maybe in the future people might want to use it. Like the new plop game that I'm working on, my replacement for the drop game. It's currently disabled because I'm having some issues with it, but it looks similar to the drop game, but it does allow you to, it will allow you to replace things. Like Kirby comes down with the parasol and tries to land on the warp star, and then we're going to have things like, you know, maybe Link coming down holding a chicken, that kind of thing, a Mario Kart with a canopy hang glider over it, that type of thing. So yeah, we're going to try and make it a bit more video game themed, and then eventually we will do away with the drop game. But for now, if you do play the drop game and you score 99 or more, then you can get a free sub to the channel. So yeah, there's perks in there too. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now as well, splitting up a giant package into smaller ones so people can choose what they might only want, the markdown syntax parser, but not all the Blazor stuff. Yeah, you see, a lot of what Anasas Dev does, a lot of what One Lion used to do, shoom, straight over my head. Game dev, yeah, I got you, but web dev, app dev, other types of dev, shoom, straight over my head. Now the dogs, I know you probably can't tell from all the barking in the background, but there's two dogs in here, and there's a FedEx driver trying to deliver something opposite. So if they get too barky, I will mute the mic. Okay, just a heads up. Code with TD is a little familiar with stream. He's coming this way. I'm going to mute the mic.
Hey, does anybody want coffee?
Okay, so something. How are you doing, Sir Grunge? Welcome on in. I hope you're feeling well. I hope you're putting your feet up and enjoying retirement, is what I hope. But I'm just going to quickly see what FedEx left on the porch. I'm going to try and get to it before the possible porch pirates. I'm just going to mute the mic, though, so you'll see me retrieving said package. I will be right back. Okay, so I didn't do my little introductory shenanigantery because I was too busy and I was too interested in Anna and the Raiders. But anyway, welcome in again, everybody. My name's a bit gamey. Some people call me Lee, and I work in the Unity game engine. And usually my main project, Rescue Ball, is what we work on, and it's going to be my first game on the Steam store. In October, I'm going to buy a Steam page, and we're going to see if we can get some wish lists and some interest in it. So that's kind of how it's going. Friday's a little bit more laid back. We do try and get to some game dev. We're probably going to do some pre-jamming, because as you can tell from the countdown at the bottom of the screen, the Journ Jam starts in just about 3 days. So we're doing, I think I've coined a new term, pre-jamming. So we're going to look into some mechanics and things, ideas that I have for possibly including in the game without actually starting the project that's going to be for the jam, because you can't start the game before the jam starts because the theme hasn't been announced. You don't know the theme. Now, the Journ Jam has whittled the theme down to, well, from 5 to 4. And then I'm assured that today on Irish John Games stream, he's going to eliminate another theme. So we'll be down to 3 then. So that's when we can start brainstorming. But I have an idea in my head of the type of game that I want to create. And we just have to see then if we can tailor it to the theme that does get announced. You can't prove anything. Do you know why I can't prove anything, TD? Because you're not streaming. I could say, go and look at the VODs or go and look at these funny clips we created of TD, but, you know, he hasn't streamed in a while. We need to get him back into the Twitch realm and get him back to doing one of the things that he does best. Full of candy, browsing movie options. Ooh, let us know what you decide, Sir Grunge, because I do like my movies. I did watch Weapons recently. I wasn't that impressed, to be honest. It was okay. It wasn't terrible. But yeah, but if you want some advice on terrible movies to watch, Ice Bear has emerged from the fridge and can probably give you some recommendations, because they admit that they like to watch movies that maybe are so bad they're good, or movies that people have said, oh yeah, don't watch that. That is red rag to a bull. Ice Bear charges in that direction to try and watch it. So how you doing, Bear? Welcome on in. Streaming tonight, bro, hopefully. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, isn't it already tonight for you? Is it like 5 p.m? So we'll see. We'll see if TD is, in fact, a man of his word, and we'll see if he does stream tonight. I do like myself a good TD stream. And, you know, we haven't seen enough TD for a while, so... Doing good. How are you today? I'm doing all right, Bear. I was in Balint's stream last night. And I thought we might see him, but we haven't seen him yet. So I'm actually going to demonstrate the new command in his absence. And then I need you guys to tell me if it works okay, if it looks okay. And if it does, then I can show it again when he comes in. Okay? So, Bear, are you ready for a new command that I created last night when Balint tried to do a segue and shout me out, and it didn't really go as planned. Non-special Steam tonight. Oh, it's going to be a steamy one. Ooh, get people interested, TD. It's not the wait, it's not the birthday one that's not your birthday one, is it? New command, yes. Nobody knows what it's called. I am about to demonstrate it. Okay. Is it today your birthday, TD? Is that... I need to go back and look on your tweet now. Because I have notifications enabled for streams that I like watching. So for streams like TD, I don't have him. I don't have it memorized when he streams. I just get notifications when he does. Now I've got to look back and check. Yes, it's TD's birthday. Yes. Okay, so this was a post that TD made a couple of days ago. As you might know, Friday is my birthday, and I just want you all to know I definitely don't want anyone to make a big deal about it. I may do a stream on Friday, but it will not be a birthday stream, okay? So he's streaming, same as JD Does Dev did. He is streaming on his birthday, but it's not a birthday stream, okay? Just so we can clear that up, all right? We are going to do the birthday thing here because, you know, when people come in and tell us it's their birthday, or
the only word for
it's going to be soon, then, you know, we have to get, we should probably come up with a name for him, shouldn't we? We have to get the dancing cupcake out. So, TD, are you ready for your dancing cupcake and balloons? Because this is my virtual gift to you on this, your special day, when you finally become old enough to drink alcohol, okay? All right? So I'm not gonna give anything away about what age you are, but if people know what age you can drink alcohol in the UK, then yeah. You know, I think TD's gone into hiding. I think we scared him away. You know? We wished him happy birthday. We're about to have a dancing cupcake and balloons to celebrate the streamer bot streaming legend that is Code with TD. And there he is. Okay, quick, before he goes into lurk again, let's go. If anybody wants to throw any emotes in chat that want to dance around, then let's all celebrate the legend that is Code with TD, aka Terrier Darts. Happy birthday, TD. And if in fact you didn't remember to get TD a gift, you know, follows do count. So if you drop him a follow, that can be your gift to TD. All right, it won't cost you anything. Follows are free, but you know that will encourage him to stream more if you all go and drop a follow. So if you're not already following TD, please do the thing, and then you can watch his not birthday stream bit later on his birthday, but it's
I must be shoving off. It's time for lunch. I think he'll have Bojangles chicken, but you bit gimme are having hot dogs.
Yeah, you do like my wieners. Tatum, Pirate Tatum, thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Tatum44, for donating bits.
Oh my goodness, Tatum.
TATUM44 cheered 50 bits, so watch out for falling dogs.
What's the deal with spelling today? TATUM44. Just say Tatum, okay? It's like Channing Tatum. It's not Thank you, Tatum. Always appreciated. Thank you. I was always told getting wieners out on stream is against TOS, but you know, here we are, just breaking the rules. So thank you for that, and you enjoy your. I have no idea what Bojangles chicken is, but you enjoy your chicken. Is Bojangles a chain? Maybe. We don't have any Bojangles around here. We have Bush's chicken. We have Church's chicken. We have Popeyes, KFC, Raising Cane's. Lots of chicken places, but I've never heard of Bojangles chicken. You could also consider donating 100,000 subs if you have some extra cash laying around. I mean, I don't think that TD would be averse to that. I don't think he is just saying, okay, even though it's my birthday and I'm doing a non-birthday stream, don't sub to me, just follow. I mean, I think he likes subs too. Yeah. My friend had a cat named Mr. Bojangles. That is perfect. Yep, started here in NC, Cajun style chicken. Ah, okay. All right, very nice. Excellent. Well, you enjoy your lunch. Thank you. I definitely enjoyed my wieners, so thank you, Tatum, for those biddies. Always a pleasure to have Tatum around. Do you know, we should do a shout out now. Tatum does fishing, don't you know? Not just fishing. Words are hard today. Not just fishing, but also he does Etch-a-Sketch stuff. And do you know where the 44 comes from in Tatum's name? He holds a record for balancing 44 golf balls on the back of his hand. I mean, as far as records go, did you even know that that record existed? Did you even know that was a thing? It clearly is a thing. I've seen at Bojangles here in the Houston area. Oh. I feel now we should look it up. There he is, look, with the fishing stuff. Look. Come on, fishy. Get out. Get it. Get it. Go on, Tatum, get it.
Chill, dude. Chill, Winston. Chill, Winston.
But he does Etch-a-Sketch art as well, as it says there. Yeah, some amazing Etch-a-Sketch. And also, I'm still waiting for the stream where Tatum is actually going to reveal how to preserve Etch-a-Sketch art. So if you buy an Etch-a-Sketch, not even a brand new one, if you get one like from a thrift store, Goodwill or somewhere, charity shop, and you do a great drawing on it and you want to preserve it, Tatum's going to have a stream where he shows you how to do that. Yeah, so absolutely drop that legend a follow, okay? I don't use the word legend lightly. I don't use it very often, but I feel it's just in this particular case. In particular. You're welcome, Tatum. Enjoy your lunch. Hopefully work is not too... Actually, no work. What am I talking about? It's Friday. Yeah, you enjoy your lunch. You enjoy chilling, vegging out, just being a couch potato, and enjoy not working for a change. Okay? All right, then. Tatum has joined Jernjam and we're making his first game. Yes, with you, I believe, Turgus. Is there any more people on your team? I feel like there are more people on your team. Just you and Tatum. Could be wrong. I'm not really keeping up with who's pairing it with who. I think Kilted Ninja has teamed up with Clayman and Oik, and I feel like somebody else that I'm forgetting. But yeah, the community is definitely coming together. As I said before, I'm on a team of 3. Shark Geek and a Batuba. Oh, okay, yep. Nice. Yeah, I'm on a team of 3. That'll be me, myself, and I. The 3 of us, 3 different sides to my personality, will in fact be creating a game. And we might be getting to the game dev portion of the stream soon, where we do the pre-jamming. Remember last stream, we opened up a new project and we started looking at some of the mechanics possibly that may or may not be in the game. So we'll see how that goes. Anyway, Bear, were you here earlier to see the Publisher of the Week asset? Did you already get the Publisher of the Week asset? It was pinned to the top of chat for a while, but I feel like we may have waffled on for too long and now it's no longer there. This is the Publisher of the Week asset for those people that missed it. So if you use the code HIPPO2025 after adding this to your cart, use that code at checkout, you can get this $20 asset for free. And if you work on 2D games, it looks pretty good. And it even has in the listing, in the post, a WebGL demo you can click on and load that up. I was late. That's okay. You were fashionably late. So if you didn't get it yet, this is the one. I'll put the link back in chat. There it is. And Hippo 2025 to get it for free. Because I would like to work on 2D games at some point in the future. And I feel like, this is a pretty good start if you wanted to have a character creator in the game. So it allows you to choose your character. And also then you can choose what to equip it with. You got weapons, you got accessories, moustaches, hair pieces, all kinds of stuff. You can even change the colours of stuff. So yeah, I feel like this is a good one to add to your collection. But you know what we didn't look at, and we could, and what we're probably going to do next. Anyway, the rabbit hole that we went down, Bear, is because Hippo is the developer of the week, publisher of the week, and this is the free asset. It's always nice to have a look at their other assets, because especially if it's a developer that you're not familiar with, they might have some stuff when all their assets are half price for the week that you might want. And then we came upon this little gem. Street and subway backgrounds for just a measly $2.50 because all their assets are half price for the week. And it got me to thinking, oh, I remember games like Streets of Rage and Double Dragon and 2D side-scrolling beat-em-ups. And I thought, you know, maybe that might be what I do for the jam. I don't know. So we looked, and there was like, there's a street scene, there's a station, there's a train, and then I kind of, just for a bit of nostalgia, I said, well, let's fire up Double Dragon, and let's have a quick bit of nostalgia on there. So we fired that up, and that's where we got to. But, you know, when we're finished looking at that video, then we can take a look at the flash deals of the day, because I haven't looked at them today. So there we go. Let's open the page, all ready to rock and roll. After we've finished, drag it down there. After we've finished a quick bit of nostalgia looking at this. Have you ever created a beat 'em up, Bear? I've never created a fully working beat 'em up. I've done some testing, like hitboxes and stuff and animations, but I've never actually created a fully working beat 'em up game. Maybe with the help of assets like this 2D one. I don't know. I feel like if you are supposed to be on a train, and if the train is supposed to be moving, I'd probably want to punch out those windows. I mean, not literally. I know it's a beat 'em up, but like cut out those windows and turn it into a PNG if it's not already, with transparency, and so you can actually see something going past the windows. But anyway, without further ado, because nobody likes ado, we will hit play on this after pausing the music. We will get a bit of nostalgia going. (1987). Yeah, this is... I don't remember many games where they show women being punched by thugs. But look, you and a buddy, 2 players, you can go and beat up said thugs and try and... Well, there we go. Let's show it again. English tear. Why does it say that above the door? T-E-A-R. English tear? That's weird. I haven't seen that before. But then matin, why has it got a French word? What is going on right now? Taito is a Japanese company, I believe, so I don't know. Wanted posters, sell something. We're also noobs, so it'll take 4 of us to make something that even resembles a game. Well, that's the joy of it. I mean, you can never get that buzz back of when you do your first jam. Love me some Double Dragon. Never done a beat 'em up, but would be fun. I played this a ton with my older brother. Yeah, I know. I think I probably got hand cramps from playing this too much. And I guess, look, just apparently punching females is okay in this game if they're carrying a whip and yeah. Yeah, when you get those combo moves, you like punch them and then you grab them and get them in a headlock. And there's actually quite a few moves in it. Look, elbows. Hit him with your weenus. Look at that. Oof. I mean, when you look at it now and you look at the posters like Scoop, Moto, I guess, I don't know, it's quite funny. I guess they had to go as simple as possible to, you know, you don't want posters being the distraction. It just needs to be background, but oh, that's right, yeah, and you could hit them and get their weapons. That's right. Yes. Uh-oh, and then you get Mr. T as the end-of-level boss. Pity the fool. Uh-oh. You're getting a good old spanking there. Like how Twitch spanked me when they find out I'm using music. I shouldn't be. Oh, and you can pick up barrels, can't you? And throw barrels, if I remember right. I think that was a thing. But what I like is you get these characters that are like jumping up and down and using the environment, but also then things like that green cage at the back. You know, that door might slide open and then suddenly somebody comes out of there. So I like how interactive the scenes are for a 2D game. Keep away from the dynamite, though. That's not going to do you any favours. There was a special move you could do, but it required both players to perform it. Oh, really? I don't know if I ever knew that. Get the bat. Get the bat. Are you listening? No, you just want to let everybody else pick it up and use it against you. Get the bat. Thank you. Now you can swing the bat. And kick boxes, apparently. Look, even animations for climbing up and down the ladder with the bat. That's impressive. Come on, ads. Thank you. Yeah, so lots of nostalgia. If you want to relive it yourself, there we go. There's the link in chat for you. You just have to click it. I'll make it as easy as possible for you guys. All right. Yeah, you would have to stand with each other and button mash for a double spinning kick. Huh. Maybe it's in the part of the video that we didn't see. Or maybe, like me, they weren't even aware of it. Alrighty, so get the tunes back on. Not many song requests today. What song request can we put in? Virtual insanity is what we're living in. Oh, look at that. Straight in. Nice choice, Bear. Yeah. And look, the song's almost finishing as well. So we'll get that, and then we'll get a little bit of Jamiroquai in there. While we take a look at the flash deals for today. 70% off straight in from Tomasz Stobierski. Uber Standard Shader Ultra. It's a $50 asset normally, which you can get for $15 today. What do you think about Unity Standard Shader? Oh, we'll start with the questions. Do you like it? Does it cover most of your needs? Could it maybe offer something more, like translucency? Oh, look at that. See lights through it. Me likey. Translucency, thickness map. Translucency works in deferred. Okay, so as long as you have your settings set up correct, the project. Translucency available in all variants. Here with refraction. Look how nice that looks. Chose Double Dragon 2. I was confused for a second. Oh. What if it was the same theme for both? Parallax occlusion mapping. Look. It's very nice. Would I pay $50 for it? I would not. Would I pay $15? Possibly. Nice presentation video too. 12 triangles. What is it? Oh, look, 3,000 triangles, 144. Animated emission. What? Shut up. That seems to have a lot of features. I'm betting it's got some great reviews too. Look at this. Over 300 reviews and mostly 5 out of 5. Very nice performance. Awesome shaders. Best shader for built-in. It's for built-in render pipeline. Okay, we get it. Okay. Fantastic. Great. Really hope it supports SRP. 5 years ago, Unity has moved to URP and Hadoop. I mean, 5 years ago, I'd barely heard of alternative pipelines. So if this doesn't support it, it could be just deprecated. Well, aren't you just a ray of hope and joy self-expression arts. Maybe you express yourself a bit too much. How about that? Hi, I know it looks like abandoned project, but it's not. Currently, I need to focus on newest drone game update where I'm dealing with decal system. As soon as it's ready, I'll be back to Uber. As a bonus for you, I'll also share decals together with new Uber, and more changes are planned. Not only make it just working on URP. Fair enough. 5 stars. This asset was great when it was still updated. It has been over a year since an update and I am extremely upset about this. I am now using Amplify since this appears to be abandoned. I mean, that was like 5 years ago. On version 1.2H. What version are we up to now? F, G, H. Oh, it is H. That is the latest one. But the latest version was released 6 years ago. I mean, if it still works. Truly state of the art. I'm guessing it's not currently anything other than built-in. Yeah, so as much as he said about he'll get back to it 6 years ago, doesn't look like he has yet. So one thing's saying you'll do something, but actions speak louder than words, as they say. So based on that, and it seems like, you know, he doesn't really update it very often. Unity Awards finalist 10 years ago. Yeah, you might want to give it a serious think before you throw your money at that one. All right, rhythm game starter. If you want to do a rhythm type game like Guitar Hero, and, you know, don't spend $38. Spend $19 today. Next 22 hours and 33 minutes. You can get that for half off. Thank you for free asset. You're welcome, Bear. Client used that package in a project a while back. I liked working with it. The rhythm game starter? Yeah, I did a sandbox prototype, if you will, of a rhythm game a while ago. It was a tightrope walker. There was like 4 different tightropes, and then you had to jump between the different ones depending on the music. Character 4D free. Oh, the freebie. Okay, yeah. There's quite a few of those about. I know the Messy Coder also had a version. I don't know if he ever got to putting it on the asset store or he just gave it for free on his Discord server. But yeah. I forget what he called it now. I think he called it Muck, M-U-C-C, Messy Universal Character Creator, possibly. Anyway, let's do a shout out for Bear, because I don't think Bear's had a shout out yet, and then let's do a shout out for the Messy Coder since we just
doing.
gave
I
her a
had
mention.
to kind of use myself as a model because Nat is asleep. Doesn't work great.
I'm not hating this clip,
but
I feel like we need to get best
on my best day. I'm at most an A cup, so I'm not the best reference, but I'm gonna do my best here. I don't think that's too low, but I do want to see what it looks like higher. And I was just thinking, and I'm like, well,
that's the thing with these clips. You just get into the train of thought, and then it ends.
Very bad song.
Did you write it or did AI write it?
We keep seeing the same clip for Messi. We definitely need to get Messi some more clips.
So it goes a little something like, Messi says he's a coder, but I've seen his code.
I have made
so
more clips. They never come up.
Crap.
I wonder if it's the age thing. I wonder if it's because it looks.
So bad. He needs
I don't
to do
know.
more yoga.
You made more clips. So you've made more clips. So they must be more recent. So. I feel like we do see other clips. I've seen clips of you playing games, and I've seen clips of dragons, and I've seen clips of zombies, and we even got the clip at one time where it looked like the zombie threw the flare back. So yeah, we have seen other clips as well. All right, so shaders, rhythm games, Amplify animation pack. Amplify Creations have some great assets, usually for optimizing, like culling and stuff, and billboards. This particular one in particular is an animation pack $40. Alien Planet Fantasy Environment, $55. Alrighty, so Alien Planet Fantasy Environment, Jungle Plants. Alright. Japan Countryside Anime Environment. Meadow Environment from Nature Manufacturer, we already own. These are 50%, so I'm kind of whizzing past these. Obfuscator Source to stop your code being seen by other peeps. Enviro 3 Sky and Weather, also half off. Text Animator for Unity is half price at $32.50. 3 more half price assets in the shape of Final IK, which I'm led to believe is one of the best inverse kinematic assets on the store, so $45 would be a good buy. Mantis LOD Editor. So I already have a level of detail asset. I'm not sure if I've ever used it, but I do have one in my collection, so I don't need to get this one. Puppet Master, which I believe is for rigging and stuff. $45. I'm actually 50% off today. Character Maker Hippo. Well, we know why Hippos are 50% off, because Hippo is the publisher of the week. Archanaut VFX, 50%. 2D Ultimate Bundle. Look, 80% off, usually 339 schmackaroonies. Yours today for just, in quotes, $67.80. Now this looks like a lot of characters. This looks like a lot of fun characters. I'm not really sure what type of game you would create with these characters in, but I do like the art style. There's a lot in this. Does it include animations as well? I guess so. Yeah. So 2D characters, animations. What else we got? Aliens, because you know, we're gonna have aliens in there. Patient, emo, Viking. I like that they've done a video for every character or every type of character. That's why there's so many dots down here, because there's just so many videos included. Priest, Grandpa, Golem. This is a good pack. I mean, if you were looking to create a 2D game, I think you'd be hard pushed to not find characters you could use in this. And obviously, you know, the more you can use the same assets from the same creator, the more likely you are to get matching styles. I mean, every game needs an elephant with a scythe, right? So I'm guessing all the animations are the same, because if you look at the elephant, there's an elephant in the middle with a scythe, and then there's the lion in exactly the same pose. So I guess the animations have just been replicated, the characters have been changed. There'll be a set of animations that they've used across all of the characters, and then you get a whole bunch of characters. What have we got? Ambulance? Why is that called ambulance? That doesn't strike me as being anything related to ambulance at all, yet somehow at the top here we have the word ambulance. Maybe that's her name. Who knows? Go-Go Dancer. Okay. Leprechaun.
Arg Big Gamey is the single best father, husband, son, son-in-law, father-in-law, and lover in the world.
Berlin, how are you doing? Welcome on in. We have a new command, but I couldn't use it until you arrived, since you're the star of the show. Okay? Alright, people have been waiting. People have been making coffee and coming back and saying, is Berlin here yet? No, he's not here yet. Can we see the new command? No, you can't see the new command until Berlin arrives. And so, you know, you're fashionably late, which is fine. But are you ready to see the new command, which was created in your honor? Is everybody else ready? Bear, are you ready? Turgus, are you ready? True, I just made a whole fresh pot. You see? So the command, and please, nobody else jump in and do this because this has to be triggered by Berlin. If you do the command, which is exclamation mark or exclamation point death, please, Berlin, if you would. There is a death command. If everybody's watching.
Sorry, Cricket. Sorry, Yogurt. Y'all came in and you got to see me die. Guys, speaking of death. What? Where you will not end up dying is with Big Gaming. There we go. There's the set.
I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm going to wait a couple of minutes until the ad break is over, and those people that aren't subscribed can then watch it. So there we go. Fergus wants to see it in its full glory. He does not want to be sold pizza or electric vehicles or anything else that might appear in the lovely ads. I appreciate that people watch the ads because, you know, that's how some people support the channel. Not everybody has the money or, you know, the bandwidth, not DSM bandwidth, to throw money in my face. And, you know, I get that because I'm the same. I go to channels, and most channels I don't subscribe to. I support by doing Gigantify emotes, I support by cheering bits, and I just support a different way. So yeah, there is that. But yeah, I don't know if Turgus is back yet. It still says that there's a minute left on ads. So somebody that doesn't get ads is in fact JD Does Dev. Welcome in, JD. How you doing? Good to see you. Caribbean Toots. He is the Tootmeister. I don't know what Caribbean means, but unless it's like Pirates of the Caribbean, is that what you were going for there, Berlin? But yeah, I don't think Turgus is back with us yet. I think he's got another 30 seconds possibly of ads. I always struggle with that word anyway, Berlin, because it's like, okay, is it 2 R's? Is it 2 B's? 1 R, 1 B, 1 R, 2 B's? Who really knows? You know, I'm sure even Jack Sparrow probably spells it wrong as well. So it's all good. It's fine. All right, so JD, welcome on in. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good Friday. We just demonstrated the newest command to the channel. The excavator called back, and it's $4,500 less than the other company quoted me. Well, so JD had a water leak. He had a burst pipe, and I suggested that, you know, duct tape might be the answer because, as my late father-in-law always used to tell me, duct tape fixes everything. So you probably could have just like wrapped it around a few times and just hope for the best. But JD is in fact going on a trip and needs to get his waterworks sorted out sooner rather than later. So yeah, there is that. So JD did actually stream last night to tell people of his woes. I'm hoping that he gets it sorted soon, but it does sound like he's found someone that's not going to rip him off now by charging an absolute small fortune, even though it sounds like it's still going to be a 4-figure fix, which is frustrating. So I just had to max out 2 cards for a down payment, but it's getting taken care of next week while I'm out of town. Well, that's good, yeah, because as long as there's not disruption while you're there, it'd be nice if it's all done and dusted by the time you get back, and you know you don't have to actually let somebody in your house in your absence. Then fantastic. So what we're going to do, since Dukasoft is now back with us, and we have JD and we have Turgus back from the ads, we're gonna check out the new command, which does in fact feature Twitch's favorite ambassador, Balint from Science Streams. Here we go.
Sorry, Cricket. Sorry, Yogurt. Y'all came in and you got to see me die. Guys, speaking of death. What? Where you will not end up dying is with Big Gaming. There we go. There's the set.
So Balint is the king of segues. That's why he has a seg command in his chat, so viewers can go, hey, that was a great segue, and then it does a little animation and stuff. And now he does some great segues. Last night, not quite such a great segue. So yeah, speaking of death, follow Big Gamey, because there's a link in there somewhere that he very, very loosely grabs onto with all his fingernails at the end to try and make it look like, it's somewhat better than death if you drop me a follow or watch my content. But yeah, thanks Balint. So yeah, we now have a command. I did think about making it locked down so just Balint could use it, but then I thought, no, let's just leave it open, okay? Nobody's going to really know about it unless they were here for this stream or they see somebody else use it. So yeah, it just made me chuckle. I thought as soon as it happened last night, I'm going to do something around this because this is going to make me chuckle. Hopefully it'll make Balint chuckle when he comes in. So there we go. And then we could be, I don't know, Chuckle Brothers maybe. Nobody's going to get that reference apart from Kilted. Sup, Kilted? I have to actually put it in chat, though, because it's not the same if I just say it. There we go. It's Twitch Law. How you doing? I hope you're having had, time's ticking on a bit, isn't it, in the UK? But hopefully you had a great Friday and you're ready for a fantastic weekend. Following Big Gamey is marginally better than death. Thanks, Turgus. Appreciate it. To me, to you, there we go. One of them passed, didn't he? Speaking of death, given that, Balint's fantastic segue has led me into a segue. I think it was Barry and Paul, was it? Two brothers. I think only one of them's still with us now. But Kilted, I heard an interview on Radio 2 last week, and it was one of Chaz and Dave. One of them did. I thought so. It was one of Chaz and Dave, and then it was the daughter of the other one. So I'm guessing that one of them passed as well. I was going to look it up, but I didn't get a chance to look it up. Bear, thank you for the lurk. Enjoy your sleep in the fridge. Have a great rest of your Friday. Time to put you on the TV. Have a great stream. All right, catch some sleepies. Hopefully my dulcet tones will lull you off into sleepy land. Hasn't Dave, that's a blast. Yeah, apparently doing some guest appearances at concerts and stuff. And it sounds like one of them, I can only assume one has passed, but one of them was on the radio with the other one's daughter. And it's his goddaughter. Yeah. I don't want to look it up. We're all very trustworthy here. Nothing on the internet ever gets leaked. Okay, well, I just remembered that I had paused a redemption while I showed off the... Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Thank you, Bear. It wouldn't be a stream without you using that redemption. So 104 days left to Christmas. And then we, of course, have the days left to Halloween redemption that we put in for Turgus. Not Turgus. Tatum. The T words. Tatum loves Halloween probably more than Christmas, I believe he said. We did actually have one put in there for Halloween as well. Nothing on the internet ever gets leaked. It's true. It is Friday. You're going to tell us what theme is getting eliminated. You can break the news live here. We won't tell Jern. Yeah, I don't think we can bribe Balint. You know, I think regardless of what you offer, I don't think he's going to crack and give anything away. So, yeah, there is that. So, what was it? If you build it, that was the one that got eliminated so far. Jern Jam! Oh, I didn't mean to click on that. Let's try clicking on the actual link. There we go. If you give me my full-time dream, I'll tell you. I mean, that would involve parting with cash, which, you know, I think I have about 27 cents left. So I'm not sure that's going to help you fulfill your dream. It gave me in a mankini. That might be some people's fever dream. I'm not sure anybody thinks of that by choice. Might wake up in a hot sweat after a nightmare, but it's 100% of the shots you never take. Exactly. Thank you, Gretzky. Appreciate that. Okay. So yes, if you build it, it's gone. So now we're left with Man vs. Nature, Lost, Chain Reaction, and Under Pressure. All right, and one of those remaining 4 themes will be eliminated tonight on Jern's stream, who we shouted out earlier. Irish John Games, who is co-hosting the Jern Jam this time around with the mighty Balint of Science Streams. Yeah, as we said earlier, the date has changed. You might have thought I was starting on Sunday at 6 p.m, but they've locked a day off of it, so there's a day less to do the stream, the jam now, because it starts 24 hours later. So it will be starting on Monday at 6 p.m. for me now. So, yeah, I won't be streaming the jam on Monday. You won't get to see me working on the jam game until Wednesday, by which time it'll probably be fully underway. So the original plan was that I was going to stream the setup of the project. You're going to see me start things from scratch on Monday, but it doesn't now start until 24 hours later. So, yeah. Maybe I should bump Monday's stream to Tuesday and then do Tuesday, Wednesday. Then, you know, if the jam time gets moved again, what am I going to do? Keep moving my stream schedule to keep up with it? No, we're not playing that game. So, the jam will start on Monday at 6 p.m. I'm going to start the jam game. I'm going to create the project. I'm going to load everything into it on Monday night. And then Tuesday, when I'm not streaming either, I'll probably be doing some more and getting it underway. So by the time you see it on Wednesday, I should have the mechanic pretty much fleshed out. And yeah, you'll be like, oh, well, it looks like you're ready to submit it. I'll be like, no. I did a lot, you know, when I was off stream Monday. And then Tuesday, I did a lot. And Wednesday, we're going to carry on working on it. You could OBS record it as a session, though. Can you stick that on Twitch as a rerun or VOD or something? I don't believe so, Kilted. I think because of how gated Twitch is, I don't think it allows uploads of videos. The only thing I would be able to do is to put it onto the tubes, put it onto YouTube, and possibly, allegedly, do that. But what I'm going to do is, for right now, I'm going to run and grab a coffee, run to the restroom, and I'll be back in 3 minutes and 19 seconds. In the meantime, you can play the drop game and try and win a free sub, and you can do some free fishing. So there you go. You get to sit on my deck for a while. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Proper 66. So close, JD. Not quite the 99 required, but maybe if we flip it upside down and it's 99.49. There we go. Lemon cake. Oh, we got another person join. 101 join now. Fresh blood, as I say. Alrighty. I haven't dropped in a while. Let me do a quick drop. See if I can show you all how it's done. Oh! So close. Cookie, how you doing? Welcome on in. Yeah, did you see the command though? I'm going to run it again now. Just for a cookie special. Here we go.
Sorry, Cricket. Sorry, Yogurt. Y'all came in and you got to see me die. Guys, speaking of death.
What?
What? Where you will not end up dying is with big gaming. There we go. There's the set.
Yeah. So the best selling point here is you won't die with big gaming. That is, I mean, as far as segues go, have you ever seen any better than that? Is everyone better than that? That did make me chuckle. I'm like, this is interesting. Wait, where is this going? Yeah, and then he tried to just like pull it back there at the end. So, how are you doing, Cookie? Happy Friday. Hope you're having a good day. We're just talking a little bit about the Journ Jam, saying about how it got pushed. The date has changed. It's now starting a day later. So instead of starting Sunday night and then I stream the starting of the game on Monday on my stream, it's actually been pushed to starting on Monday night. So now you won't get to see my Jam game until Wednesday's stream, which is a little unfortunate, but you know, as they said, all these things are subject to change. So yeah, it sure was a very segue. Yes, Friday finally came around. We're finally here. So I'll be starting my Jam game on Monday evening now, after Monday's stream. And then when I see you again on the Wednesday, then hopefully I'll have made some fantastic progress and you'll be like, wow, how are you so far forward already? And it'll be because I'm hoping to spend a lot of Tuesday, originally was going to be a lot of Monday, on getting it up and running. So by the time you see the project on Wednesday's stream, I should have not just the idea, I should have the mechanics in place. I might have some of the assets loaded in, and yeah, it'll hopefully be well underway. We'll have to see how it goes. All right, so jam aside, we were looking at some of the bundles in today's Unity flash deal sale. We're almost at the end. Character Maker from Hippo. All of Hippo's assets are half price this week because they are the developer publisher of the week. Retro Arsenal, 50% off if you need some special effects for your games. 2D Ultimate Bundle was what we just looked at. Blocks Engine 2. We're going to take a look and see what that is because that's 80% off. $35 down to $7 is a pretty good deal in my book. 86.4. Oh my goodness, Cookie. It's a hot one already. And today, the high is supposed to be 90. So the temperature hasn't finished climbing yet. We're going to get to sweaty Betty weather today. JD doing his twerking. I don't know how he gets away with twerking. I thought that JD twerking was against terms of service. Maybe not. Okay. I'd do anything for 90 Fahrenheit outside, including moving to Texas, Aaron, because, you know, that's probably all it would take. Yeah, I was hoping that we might be getting some cooler temperatures because, you know, it's been hot and then it was hotter and then not so hot but still hot. And let's have a look at the 10-day forecast. Today the other forecast on my phone says high of 92, and then for the next 10 days the highs are 90, 93, 92, 91, 92, 92, 92, 92, 93. So yeah, if you like the 90s, hop on over here. Last I checked, it was almost 112. Wait, what? You live on the sun, Aaron. Oh, that is warm. It's topping at 74 today, 80 tomorrow. Yeah, we had it where it dropped into the 80s a day or two ago. And it's like, oh my goodness, it was like manna from heaven. It was so nice. Look, there's Berlin, who we just saw in the new death command. Welcome back, Berlin. Pretty sure I screenshotted it. Yeah, I do that sometimes. I get in my car and I see how hot it says it is, and I'm like, oh my goodness, take a picture. Look forward to not dying here. See, if it wasn't for you, Berlin, saying that this channel is mildly better than death, then people like Cookie wouldn't have appeared. So for that, I can just thank you. All right? Something smells pretty. Oh, hi. Yeah, and Sir Grunge, did you see the newest command? Here we go. Let's have another test of it right now.
Sorry, Cricket. Sorry, Yogurt. Y'all came in and you got to see me die. Guys, speaking of death. What? Where you will not end up dying is with Big Gaming. There we go. There's the set.
I can't hear you.
Thank you, Kilted. I muted it so I didn't talk over the new command, and then Pro Streamer forgot that I'd actually pressed the button on my mic. It's because we're besto friendos that I know I can get away with stuff like that, and that, you know, often on Balint stream he shows out of context clips of me like, I don't know, pee pee poo poo, drop of the brown stuff. You know, he's probably clipping me right now just to show it on his stream. But hopefully he clipped the new command so he can show that off and be like, hey everybody, look, this was when I said that watching Bit Gamey is mildly better than death. I mean, I feel like when I see people on like America's Got Talent, Britain's Got Talent, that if they don't actually make it to the final, but then they produce like marketing posters afterwards, it can say like, oh, here's the quote from Simon Cowell, or, you know, this is what the judges said, or I got through to this round. I feel like now I should have some kind of fourth wall marketing material where it's something like, in quotes, it says, watching Bit Gamey is better than death. And then it has like Berlin, science streams. I feel like it's only fair to put that on merch now and, you know, give people that opportunity. So, can't tell if he's British anymore. Berlin is very British, yes. Berlin was actually born in Liverpool, the same place that the Beatles come from. Hey, when he was born, he had a Scouse accent, which is what they say people from Liverpool have. But yeah, Berlin is a Liverpudlian through and through. He might tell people that he was born in the US. I don't know why he's so ashamed of his Scouse upbringing, but yeah. Yeah, if you heard his accent before he went to elocution lessons so that he could lose the accent and sound more American, Berlin is definitely Liverpudlian through and through. Now brought to you by Death Wish Coffee. There we go. And there is coffee like that, isn't there? Is it called Death Wish? I know there's like coffee that has a very high caffeine content, which is not great for people with heart conditions or medical issues. Tears are made of compressed game acids. I mean, possibly. It's true. I chewed my words a lot. Yeah, and then went to electrocution lessons, as Kilted says. Shocking, indeed. What's shocking is that he, how American he sounds now. That's shocking to me. So obviously, I knew him when he had his original accent, and I'm like, I don't think, however many elocution lessons you go to, I don't think they're going to be able to change a Liverpudlian accent into an American accent, but here we are. So I guess it worked. It's New Jersey roastery, yes. Gimmicky as heck. Oh, right. So why is it gimmicky? Because it doesn't have the content that it does in, or they're just playing it up that it's not going to be as bad for you if you drink it? Sheds his skin once a year and uses it as a mouse. That's pretty gross. Electrocution. There you go. Yeah, I approve of that. Alrighty. Only because you were being electrocuted. I mean, because they claim to be world's strongest, you can't add caffeine like they claim. Aha. You see, this is why we need Sir Grunch, who's the resident coffee expert, to tell us things like this. That does remind me of the Elf movie. Will Ferrell, when he goes into that coffee shop and they claim world's best coffee, and he goes, "Congratulations, you did it, world's best coffee." My favourite parts of that movie. Just a very mediocre dark roast. I guess that probably wouldn't sell as well with the marketing people, though, would it? Death Wish. Just a very mediocre dark roast. Oh, let me buy some of that. All right, so Proto Factor, as usual. Proto Factor, hundreds of dollars pack, found its way into the sale. $349 down to $70. What I'm more interested in is these three, which are all under $10 because, you know, cheaper. We have the blocks, we have superposition, and FX4 remaster. All right. So we'll look at those individually, and then that should round out the ones for today. So Blocks Engine 2, in-game block programming. So if you like creating games like this in, you know, dragging things around, node-based, no-code options, this might be for you. A template for a runtime blocks coding feature, enabling players to code within the game, create immersive and engaging coding games, Okay, so it's not so much create a game from it, it's create a sub-game, so a game within your game. I'm not interested in that, so I'm going to close it out. If you are, add it to your collection today while it's on sale. Found a new fave roastery with a very clever name, Standout Coffee. Why is that clever? What am I missing? Standout Coffee. Because you stand outside drinking it, maybe? All right, superposition. Because the coffee stands out. All right then. So that's your new favorite roastery. You're going to be there all the time now. If anybody wants to find you, they can just head to that place and you'll be there. Superposition, non-destructive object editing. So Shrink Ray Entertainment has quite a few assets, if memory serves. I don't know if I own any of their not free assets. Let's have a look. No, I don't own any of their assets, period. Not even the free one, Mighty Maps. What is that? Find everything fast. Unity Editor has a mini-map that lets you see your scene from above. Mark important areas. Oh, I have seen this before. Yeah, I don't know why it's not in my collection, because it does seem like if you had a game that covers a lot of terrain, has some big scenes in it, that it's going to be easy to jump to. I'm guessing it has some probably glowing reviews. Well, 2. That'd be more than that. Yeah, but 2 5-star reviews, so it's good. I did change the timing, Berlin, so I feel like it's still off. I feel like I need to do some more work on the timing of the lyrics. Thank you, Berlin, for blowing me off of the screen. Alright, so since this is always free by the look of it, I'm not going to add it to my collection, but if I need something in future that helps me get around the scenes, I will look that one up. But superposition, non-destructive object editing, $40 down to $8. Explore every possibility. So let's roll down and have a look. Save unlimited states of your game objects in an easy, non-destructive workflow. Success! GG's, Berlin. Save unlimited states of your game objects in an easy, non-destructive workflow from the highly acclaimed developer of highly acclaimed developer. It's the developer that wrote this, so for me it's a little bit narcissistic, possibly. Maybe. Oh Lord, what did you do, JD? I guess I should be thankful that JD didn't come in and disconnect the stream like he usually does. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh, now my phone just fell over. Excellent. Somebody's trying to tell me something today. Maybe it's, hey, stop streaming. All right, let's have a look at this clip from JD. Pause the music. Pause the clip. Crank up the volume. Can't ignore the creepy man walking down the street. Who needs context? All right, let's go. Let's have a listen. Yeah. Yeah, I don't see that clip staying, to be fair, but, you know, thanks for doing it. Thanks. Delete. I think that I might be selecting this option a bit later, maybe. I mean, I know I said me and Berlin are besto friendos, but oh, and there's a hummingbird on the burb cam. Oh, little hummingbird. Drinking all the nectar stuffs. Berlin, I know you love the horses.
Hey Science Streams, thanks for checking out the birds and the bees.
Oh, all the way at the bottom. Drinking the nectar stuff. There he is, bless him, look, little hummingbird. Distraction while deleting stuff. Yeah. You know what? Berlin's like, yeah, I already saved the clip, but Berlin has a wholesome stream, so he won't be putting that clip in particular on his stream. All right. Where were we? Not on that one yet. Still on this one. Yeah, so if someone says from the highly acclaimed developer, that for me kind of is a bit, you know, if you are a highly acclaimed developer, I don't think you you became so by actually calling yourself it. And if you are it, then you know it's for other people to refer to, not for you to refer to personally. JD does not wear a cape. Maybe that's an alt account. JD wears capes. You know what would be cool? Adding a follow-up to my disconnect redeem that plays a clip. Okay, so what are you saying here, JD? When you use the fake disconnect redeem, you then want it to play a clip after that? You want to have a redemption where it just plays one of my clips? What are we going for here? Thank you for the horses. I appreciate that. Yes, thank you, Balint, for the horses. I don't get to see them, sadly. I don't get to see the animated horses unless I do it on other people's streams, because I don't have my streaming window open. I just have OBS open, and OBS doesn't show you such things, so I don't get to see them. But thank you. I am a lover of biddies. You know, if it wasn't in the name, Bit Gamey, I do love bits. Okay. So what does this do? Save unlimited states of your game objects in an easy, non-destructive workflow. All right, let's have a little bit more information, please, if you don't mind. Hey, thanks for checking us out during this special sale. As an extra cherry on top, anyone who purchases or previously purchased Superposition can take $100 off the latest and greatest. I mean, he's not backward in coming forward, is he, as they say? The latest and greatest Mighty Performance Pack. $127? No, $27. This special pricing will be in place only until the end of September, so please claim it quickly. Now, this is a link to the Mighty Performance Pack. They're definitely going hard on the marketing here. $127. Mighty Performance Pack. Optimize, debug, and perfect your game's performance with Mighty Tracking, the essential tool to visualize, analyze, and eliminate hidden inefficiencies. We have a shiny new website, makegamesfaster.com. Okay, you're called Shrink Ray Entertainment, but all right. Anyway, included tools, Mighty Tracking, blee blah blue blah, Mighty FPS heat maps, blim blim blim, Mighty Portal, blum blum blum. Yeah, I probably won't be spending $27 on that, but, you know, thanks for making the offer. Claim quickly. Yes, no, there won't be any quickly going ahead on this one. No. In fact, I'm not really interested in this one. I don't think you've made it clear enough what it does. You know, I'd like, be succinct, be simple, give me something that tells me exactly what it does, and I don't feel like you've done that in the... I'm not procrastinating, I'm on a side quest, Berlin. Thank you. More Horthith. You do like the Horthith? Okay, well you just, maybe you just like hearing me say Horthith. 15 minutes past 12. It is in fact 17 minutes past 12, so that is pretty accurate, given it updates every 5 minutes. Horthith, exactly. Horthith. We do like the Horthith. Keep getting emails from Twitch. Did anybody use combos on your stream today? No. Did anybody use combos on your stream today? No. How about today? Still no. Now? Yes! Berlin came in and got some Horthith. So, fantastic stuff. Thank you, Kilted Ninja, for that Gigantify. If you could get that gigantic weenus out of my face, though, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. See, look. Yeah, that's what happens when you try and use commands. Exactly. Put away your weenus. Or something like that. Okay. What was that, GLaDOS? Did you even attempt to say that, GLaDOS? I heard a little something. Was that it? Was that your one attempt at saying it? What about if we try and make the pirate say it then instead? How about that? Let's give that a try.
We in this
GG, pirate. Very good. Steve! Villager says no. Sorry, Berlin. Appreciate the effort, though. Alrighty. La la lava, cha 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 chicken. We don't have any lava chicken here, but I do love your emotes, Berlin. You're a very talented artist. I have to say that. I don't have to say that, but I'm saying that. Okay, non-destructive object editing. Tell me more about this. Try all sorts of combinations. Pick the one your team likes best. Save and restore unlimited setups. So it's just like a snapshot of your scenes, is it? Now, is it a snapshot in that you can save it out and you can use it as like a save feature? Because I'd spend $8 on that. Oh, JD coming in hot with the twerk on the leap. Oh, so close. All right, my turn. Here we go. I feel like this is going to be a good one. It's going to be a splush in the leaves. It's no, it's an overshoot. I try. A for effort. Okay. So let's see what the reviews say. Glad to finally have this. Well, so glad you gave it 3 out of 5 stars. Is this JD Does Dev's name on the Unity Asset Store? J Game Maker. Bought this because I don't trust Unity's version control anymore after it shredded a few of my projects. Also, Unity's undo history is unreliable and gets cleared each build and run. Having stored states of objects that you can revert back to quickly is essential, and I'm glad to finally have that functionality in my editor. Okay, nothing so far that would drop it 2 stars. It seems like some shader settings aren't being stored with this sometimes though. It could use some improvements there. I'm not always getting my objects back in the same state that they were in if I changed the shaders around. It's still a wonderful tool and I'll keep messing with it. There are some things it won't be able to do, such as capture the state of scriptable objects. So some shader settings are stored in such a way it won't keep that. I'll have to throw stuff around, go back, throw more stuff around, have a look at everything and see if any of it clicks and move on from there. It's a fairly barrier-free way to iterate as you build. Asset is perfect to use. If you want to build game, you can clear it all existed save states on the scene with one button, so not any garbage. Really useful making changes to your scene. It's the undo system that Unity should be providing. See, it has my curiosity peaked now. No need to take any screenshots or take notes to remind myself how a game object was configured. Thanks for all the time saving. Random white truck just pulls up outside and then drives off. Okay. Suggestion anyway, to avoid error messages when opening a project, could you add in the next update? So that code, it's not very often you get code suggested to developers in reviews. Code instead of that code. Hey, thanks for the code. I'm working on the next update, probably out sometime in January. This was 4 years ago. And it'll have a few extra features. I'll be sure to test and add this code to the update. This community is the best. Great add-on allows stress-free testing, tweaking, saves a lot of time, quickly became essentially my tool bag. 2 downsides. Caused an error when I tried to publish a project. Oof. Had to remove it from project to be able to proceed. And also the color of the UI is confusing and not always clear which is selected and which is not. Update, issues fixed. Now we have 5 stars. Thanks for the review. I think I know what certain will wish you'll fix right away. As for the colours, could you reach out to me as I would love to pick your brain about that. Update fixed and an update is on the way to the store. This is the only change from the previous version. I'll be working on some cool new features. Every I click some object, this asset asks it to be under management of this asset. Okay, I think the white truck was actually the neighbours, or one of the neighbours opposite. I hope so anyway, because they're now reversing onto the neighbour's driveway, so that would just be a bit rude, wouldn't it, if it's not their house. Okay. This just makes so much sense. It's one of those things you never thought you needed, but suddenly once you have it, you wonder why something like this didn't exist until now. By the way, I didn't notice this at first until I watched the videos closely, but there's a little lock icon on the window. Press it and it won't switch when you select different objects, which means I can shuffle the children around and keep this asset locked on the parent that contains them. Add this to the list from Shrink Ray, excellent tool. Yeah. How big a package is it? Not a huge package. Scripts, PNG files, editor scripts, 2 different versions of documentation, and a demo scene. Don't know. So last July was when it was last updated. So I get it. superposition. So if I suddenly want to start dragging things around in my scene to try them in new positions, it's an easy way to get back to where you were without a bunch of Control Zs and hope that you end up actually back where you were. Create a save state. A bit like in the old versions of Windows, you could create a position snapshot, if you will, and then you could go back to it. I don't know what they called those now. They call it in Windows, where you can create like a position in time and then you can go back to it. Yeah, so $8. Tested directly with Bolt, Playmaker, Gaia Pro, Vegetation Studio Pro, Amplify Imposters, Path Painter 2, and more. We released a document with specific best practices for as many assets as possible. Count the videos. What videos do we have? Got a launch trailer, Bolt, Playmaker, Amplify Imposters, Path Painter 2. So if we don't have any of those assets, we kind of, let's just have a look at the launch trailer. Non-destructive. Okay, so we drag it around. Then we can just snap back to how it was. Change any settings, save them into states. I feel like this is something I would want to use in a test project. Do a lot of testing before I finally put it into one of my main projects and see if it works okay, because it does have the potential to mess things up. I definitely wouldn't want that. Work with most of your favorite assets. It's a good caveat there. They're not saying we'll work with all assets because you go back and complain. UI design. UI templating. Can't decide on the best layout? Try everything. Good. So it allows you not to just like undo when you've tried moving things to a different place, but you can say, okay, I want these bookmarks, if you like, and then you can go back to different places in the book and say, okay, well, which one did I like best? Oh, wow, it's the 50th anniversary of Rocky Horror Picture Show this month. Is it really? Wow. Wow. That was an unusual type of movie right there, JD. I didn't realize it was 50 years old. I think I see clips from it. I see things from it a lot. I think I've only ever watched the thing all the way through one time. Thank you for that pinned message, Berlin. I just saw from Turgus almost an hour ago, because I'm really obviously paying attention. So, Daddy has credit cards. What kind of stream is this turning into today? Paying for Netflix because you have no friends. What? Oh my goodness. All right. This seems like something I could use. It does seem like something that would save me time, and I do like time savers. And it also seems like it's one of those assets that you would load into every project. Because why wouldn't you want the option to kind of step back? It's almost like GitHub for Unity, like a visual GitHub. It's like, okay, I'm not doing any commits, but, you know, we have these positions in time where we can look back and say, okay, was this better or was this better? And you can just like click between them by the look of it. Yeah. Interesting. I am tempted, I'm not going to lie, 80% off at $8. At the very least, I'm going to add it to my cart for now. 21 hours to decide. All right. So we will close that one out. I just watched an interview with Tim Curry. He doesn't look well, and I'm a little sad seeing one of my favourite actors in such a bad state. Yeah. I don't think he's acting anymore, as in being in front of the camera, but I think he's still doing voiceover jobs. I could be wrong. But yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything with Tim Curry in that I didn't like. I liked him, obviously, in Rocky Horror Picture Show, which we're talking about, Rocky Horror Show. Liked him in Home Alone 2. I liked him in Clue. I don't think what else I've seen him in. He's in a wheelchair these days. He had a stroke, or many. He's paralysed. Yeah, that is sad. But a fantastic actor. If anybody has any recommendations for something they've seen him in that I didn't just list, let me know, because I do like watching Tim Curry. And like I say, I've yet to see anything with him in that I didn't like. He brought so much gravitas to everything he did, even as Kilo Khan in Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad. It, yes, he was fantastic in It. Yeah, the OG Pennywise. Yeah, amazing. He is Pennywise and always will be. Yeah, I'm going to say that I don't hate the new Pennywise, but like you say, the OG will always be Tim Curry. All right, Cartoon FX4 Remaster. Yes. I wonder if he's been in anything else that I have seen that I forgot he was in. There's obviously his character in Rocky Horror Show. Muppet Treasure Island. I never saw that. Congo. I feel like I saw Congo. I don't remember him being in it. See, look, he's still doing voiceover work as an upcoming Dagon Troll World Chronicles. Stream Lockwood, I'm guessing probably a voice in that. The voiceover work there. The horror. Over the Garden Wall was great. Auntie Whispers. I don't know if I remember him being a voice in Over the Garden Wall, but Over the Garden Wall was fantastic. Ribbit, more voice work, voice. So yeah, for the last, I guess at least the last 12 years, this is 2013, been doing voiceover stuff. And how proud he is of this particular title. Reverend Whoopsie. Voice. But he also has a great voice too, so I can understand why he gets a lot of voice work. Very distinctive, one of those voices, as soon as you hear it, you know who it is. And he's done a lot of voice work. So Poirot, was that his last acting role, 2008? Barbie and the Three Musketeers, he played the voice of Philippe. Voice. Psych. I never watched that. He was in one episode of Psych, apparently. Muppet Treasure Island, he's so good as Long John Silver. Yeah, I never saw that. Little Carlito, welcome on in. Tim Curry is a treat. I'm just trying to see what he was in that I might have forgotten he was in, where it wasn't actually a voice role, where he did actually appear. He even played Palpatine in Clone Wars after the original actor died. He was a surprisingly good musician. He was so creepy as that villain in Criminal Minds, the Lord of Darkness in Legend. Monty Python's Spamalot. Okay. That was the stage thing they did, wasn't it? I believe. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, it was a voice in the video game of Unfortunate Events. I had the main lead in that. Jim Carrey, wasn't it? Series of Unfortunate Events in the movie. 2 episodes of Will and Grace. Monk. Man, he got a lot of credits. 243 credits is quite a lot of credits. A voice in Samurai Jack. The movie, yes. The Netflix series was Neil Paris. A Netflix series? I don't remember that. I only remember the movie. Tim Curry, this is his channel, is it? Oh, he does look different there. Oh, wait, that's an ad. Hang on. He looks definitely different there. When did he get an afro? What? Oh, hang on. Another ad. I Do the Rock. Definitely a little bit younger, this one. 13 years ago. I would suspect that 13 years ago, this wasn't live either. Looking at this, I'm going to say this is probably 70s. Yeah, 1979. There we go. So this isn't a demonstration of you showing what a good musician he is, I'm guessing, because he's not actually playing an instrument, is he? I mean, even then, that voice, it's so distinctive, isn't it? It's got definite elements to it you would be able to pick up. All right. Back up to the top. It usually tells you, doesn't it, what they're most famous for? Or it does in the app anyway. Known for. Here we go. Rocky Horror Picture Show, Muppet Treasure Island, Clue, and Congo. That's, you're just going to give me 4, is that? Yeah. What are you giving me? Okay. All right. So, still with us. We're not looking through this because he's passed or anything, but yeah. Tim Curry, born in 1946, April 1946, which makes him what? 64, 74, 84, 89. 89, so he's going to be 90 next April. Alrighty, are we still at 101? Yep, 101 for the Journ Jam, which starts on Monday now, not Sunday. So if anybody was getting everything ready, thinking they're going to start, it's been pushed forward. Pushed back. Anyway, it starts 24 hours later now. Just a heads up. 79, yeah, we scrolled down on the video, Toby, it said in 1979. So I called it. I could tell by the style it was 70s. Mm-mm. 1979, yeah, Jedi put it in as well. All right. Cartoon FX4 Remaster is the last asset that we're looking at today in the flash deal sale. Now, Jean Marino, I have no idea how they pronounce this, but JMO, they sometimes go by. And they have some fantastic particle system assets. I used the free package in so many projects previously. And then eventually I thought, you know what? I'm just going to buy one of their packs when they went on sale. Well, they deserve some of my money. So while I do have the free FX pack and the free War FX pack, I did actually indulge and buy the Cartoon FX Remaster, which I don't know why it's 10% off at the moment. Odd. Seen 10% off anything that's not a new package coming out. When you create a new asset on the store, you can either offer no discount whatsoever, or when it launches for the first 2 weeks, you can say you want it to be 10%, 30%, or 50% off. But this one has been around for a while, so I don't know how it's suddenly 10% off. But at the other end of the sliding scale of discounts, we have 80% off on this one that we're looking at. Also, their FX2 pack appears in a flash deal in a couple of days. So we're going to take a look at this one now and see what's in the FX4 remaster. So it works in burp and erp, but not haderp. We have the WebGL demo here. I can actually take a look once it loads up of every single effect in the pack. What is your psychic premonition towards a Cinti Humble Bundle? Yeah, so a while ago I said, based on how often Cinti have had Humble Bundles, I think we were due for one, and I think my prediction was first or second week of September, I think I said. And here we are in the second week of September, and no such bundle has been forthcoming yet. Now, I don't really know. Something's going on at Cinti at the moment, and I'm not really sure what it is. But they recently let go their marketing person, and they recently announced that they won't be launching any more, I want to say, animation packs. So they did say, look, you know, sometimes we try something new, we see if it works. If it doesn't, then we just change track. So I don't know whether the animation packs didn't sell like hotcakes like they were hoping they would. I personally quite like their animation packs. I'm not sure how competitively priced they are, but I did have the Idols one, which I think I got in a sale. But as far as the bundles go, I'm still hopeful that in the next week or two we might see one. That would be my thoughts on it. Whether it will happen or not, I don't know. I don't work for Cinti. I don't have any behind-the-scenes information, any tea I can spill, nothing official. I am a Cinti partner, so I do have an affiliate link to their store, their personal store. But yeah, I mean, there are certain things I can't say because of NDA and stuff. But as far as bundles go, I don't actually know. I'm hoping for one too, because I really want the Cinti Polygon Kids pack, and you know, if in buying that it also got me some of their other expensive packs that I don't already own, then you know, I wouldn't hate that too. I don't have the nightclubs pack. I don't have the casino pack, which I think is, it's not still as a flash deal, I think it was. Street Racer, I don't have that pack. A lot of their pricey packs I've got somehow either in a bundle or a discount on their own store. And so I do own probably, I want to say, 60 to 70% of their offerings, including anything outside of the Polygon. So I have some of their simple packs as well. I'd also like to see some of the HUD interfaces. I don't have any of those. Yeah, and I don't know if any of those are in the current sale, possibly. If we duplicate this tab, and then we Cinti Studios. Yeah, so I own their dungeon pack, which I wouldn't have paid 150 for, so that must have been in a bundle. Let's look at their assets and see if any are still in the sale, see if any are going to be in any of the upcoming sales. Yeah, so Simple Town, I have some of their simple assets, although that one's free. Simple Roadwork, So yeah, for mobile games or even jam games, their simple stuff is great. I think I've got about 15 copies of their Polygon prototype pack. Keep offering it in different bundles and things. Let's scroll down and have a look. If there's anything that mentions currently in a sale or upcoming. Here we go. 10% again. 10% off of this. 10% going to draw anybody in to buy it that wasn't going to buy it normally? I don't know. But also, if you open it, does it show as a flash deal? No, I don't know why all these assets I'm seeing have 10% off. Now that is weird in itself. In the list, it shows 10% off, $26.99. When you open it up, it doesn't show any such discount. So now I'm curious, have I stumbled upon a 10% sale they're going to be doing that they haven't fully implemented yet? If we go back and look at the AMO assets, there was a 10% one there too. Let's see if that does the same. Where do we see 10%? 10% on this one, although it's already purchased. But let's see what happens when I go in. Show it as 30 or does it show it as 27? Again, no discount. So I feel like there's another sale that's going to happen. They're keeping it under wraps at the moment. Because why would it show 10% off in the search results, yet when I go into it, no such discount? No mention of a sale in the description. Odd. Odd indeed. Hang on a minute, I'm just getting spammed. Report junk. Delete and report junk. Alright, that's gone. Okay, yeah, so dotted around here and there, we're seeing these, what looks like an official sale of 10% off. Yeah, when you go into the asset. I wonder if I add to cart here, show the 10%. Bit strange though. I had a bug in the flash sales, they had to do the 10% thing to sort it out. Oh, okay. See, Tubby's my insider sometimes. Just feeds me these little snippets. Do we know any more other than that there was a bug in the flash sales? Is it that some assets that were supposed to be reduced by more, they had to just flag them as 10%? But also, did you see, Tubby, when you go into the 10% ones, it shows 10% in the search results. But if you open up the assets that show 10%, they show no such discount. Nothing, nada, not even like it's in a sale. So it's only showing 10% in the search results, which is odd. Very strange. So, yeah, the Polygon Fantasy characters, which I think I already own on the Cinti store, not the asset store. That's going to start tomorrow. It'll be in the flash deal tomorrow. Their new animation, 30%, which is what they always give as the discount for new releases. So this is one of their, well, it is their newest animation. Probably their last animation pack for a while, based on what they were saying. You can get for $42. Oh, look, we get the official verbiage. Thank you, Tubby. Our backend is currently split between a very old system and a newer system. We've discovered that these two systems are not entirely playing nicely together. The issue is that when we set up flash deals to last for 24 hours, we have to add a 1 hour 0% discount period. While this worked in our old system, the new system proceeds to display assets as on sale for 1 hour at a full price, which is very confusing to end users. To fix this, we are adjusting the 1 hour period to be 0% meant to be 10%. Oh, okay. Adjusting the 1 hour period to be a 1. Aye. Have to add a 1 hour 10% discount period. So it just so happens that it's the 1 hour that it's showing 10% that I happen to spot it. Interesting. Here's a cool interview about RHPS. I just watched that. If you're interested, you can save for later. At the end, it says that Disney is releasing 4K Rocky Horror for the 50th. Sorry, I'm rabbit holing. No, sorry, rabbit holing's allowed. I mean, it's more expected on a Saturday, but we can chill on a Friday. It's fine. Turns 50, don't dream it, be it. All right, I will, in fact, as suggested by JD, I will pause it for watching later, given it's a 9-minute video, but thank you. I'll definitely watch that after stream. Okay. So yeah, we're having a quick look, see which Cinti assets. So Polygon Sci-Fi City. I feel like I own this on the store as well. It's going to start in 4 days. And then in 3 days, Particle FX, which I also own on the store. Polygon Nature. I'm not sure if I own the Nature pack. I'll have to check on that, but flash deal in 4 days. Not seeing any of the UI packs yet, Anders. So here we have the interface. Cinti interface, as they call it. Not seeing any of them going on sale. It's interesting because, you know, I know it's a new direction for them, but they've had interfaces for a while now. Maybe they're saving them for the bundle, a humble bundle that we're predicting will start soon. Yeah, not seeing. Oh, here we go. Sci-Fi Polygon, Cinti Polygon Sci-Fi Space. That's in 2 days. And these are their new Sidekick packs. For those unfamiliar, Cinti Sidekick was originally supposed to be subscription only if you had the Cinti All Pass. Then they, I guess, because of feedback, they decided they would release them separately. And as you can tell, slightly different look. So it's kind of the next generation. We started off, we had the Simple range, and then we went to the Polygon range, which had faces like this. And this is the Polygon Kids pack that I'm hoping to see in the bundle. We've now gone to Cinti Sidekick, and the character models are more detailed. They have noses, unusual for Cinti, and as you can see, a little bit more detailed, but also a little bit more pricey as well. So yeah, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200. And I'm seeing a common theme here for the Sidekick range. Yeah, what do their skeletons look like? They do like skeleton models. Yeah, very nice. I mean, if you saw these skeletons in a game, you wouldn't be like, oh yeah, they're Cinti. They're just definitely going away from their stock standard low poly look there. Yeah, Pro Racer, I don't have that. In fact, I don't have most of the 3-figure bundles, to be honest. Military pack. I feel like military pack goes on sale quite often. And Sci-Fi Worlds, their most expensive pack at 500 macaroonies, goes on sale in 3 days. You know, if it's 80% off, you're only going to pay $100, which is a lot better than 500. So there we go. There's the quick Cinti whiz through. Close that out. So Cartoon FX4 Remaster, usually $30, $6 in the sale. WebGL demo of all 53. So what I need to do now is look through them and see if they're different enough that what's in here is not really pretty much already covered by the free pack that I own, JMO, and also the Cartoon FX1 Remaster that I purchased. So I own this, and I own this. Is there enough new content that it's worth buying FX4 as well? We might have looked at this before when I saw it was going on sale. And a lot of these I'm seeing in the other 2 packs. Seems like there's quite a lot of overlap. Bubbles are in the other pack. Yeah. This isn't in the other packs, but Falling Stars. I'm thinking now, can I use any of these effects that I don't already have in the game that I'm thinking of for the Journ Jam? Is it worth investing the $6? Use them for the jam game. Ambient dust. It's not very clear, is it? Pow, 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 pow. Raining. Snowing. Raining harder. Projectiles. Are they going to explode in the distance, or are we just going to taper off? I can still see it. I still see you. You haven't exploded. Are you going to do anything? Or you just keep wagging your tail at me in the distance? Still see it. Still see it. It's still here. It's just here. And it's disappeared. Okay. I don't feel like there's enough new stuff. I saw one effect and I was like, wow, it might be worth paying $6 to get that effect and then to have all the others as a bonus. A lot of what I'm seeing I either wouldn't use or I already have. Quite nice with the green bubbles. I imagine that being around the top of a cauldron, maybe. I think I'm going to take a rain check on this one. What was the other pack that was it number 2 that was going to be on sale? Tim Curry is in it, and he's still Tim Curry. Such a legend. Absolutely. So Cartoon FX Remaster 2 starts in 2 days, so it would still go on sale before the jam started. Now, whether it would be 80% off remains to be seen. But if it's 80% off, so FX2 Remaster. We go back to the demo. It's 2 Remaster. See if this might be a possible buy. We'd have to wait 2 days to see what the price would be. Retails at $30. Enemy explosion plus skull. Okay. We've got 54 in this one. We had 53 in the other one. Let's see. More skulls. Got one similar to that we actually used in Zombie Takedown recently. Lots of skulls in this one. Lots of skulls. Stylized stuff. Boom, boom, shake, shake the room. That's quite a nice effect. Debris hit. Yeah, we could use that. We have exploding blocks in the game. I just don't know. See that it's random and it throws them out in random directions, which is great on this type of terrain, but I'm thinking since we have an upright grid for the blocks, how well it would work. Possibly. Bam. Oh, some glowing, I like that. That's nice. Yeah, this pack might be a win. So different suits of cards. Sparkles. Quite nice with the stars. Yeah, I'm liking this one. If this one is 80% off in a couple of days, I think we might just go for this. You see what I mean? There's like bubbles in this one. There's definitely overlaps between the packs. And the idea of the free pack is it's supposed to be some effects from all of the packs to get you interested. Cloud. Bam. 50, 51, 52, 53, 4. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to close out the demo. And I'll leave the window open to remind me of upcoming sale. Purchased this in 2014 and I'm still getting free updates in 2024. I have to admire a developer that has supported a product for that length of time. Indeed you do. Okay, so expand this to 96 per page. Very quick whistle stop look through the assets coming up tomorrow. Actually, no, tomorrow's Saturday. We'll be streaming tomorrow, won't we? And we should be streaming up to the time those assets go on sale. I'm just going to have a very quick look just to see if there's anything I might be interested in. Some I already have purchased. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, already purchased that. Already own that one. My master, got that. Yeah, alright, so not so many going on sale. I guess they slow things down on a weekend. You look at all of these assets here 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 19, 20. 20 assets today, but tomorrow is 3, 4, 7, 10, 13, 19, 23. So yeah, never mind. Scratch that slowing down comment. Okay, so we'll have a look at tomorrow, what the ones are tomorrow. And if you are buying any, and it is $50 or more, or more than $50, I guess, September or Sept 2025, we'll get you a discount. So you can save even more money. So street and subway backgrounds HD. Let's have a look at the full details of this one because I do like the look of this. I guess they have these characters as well, not included with this because this is a backgrounds pack, but I'm guessing you can buy these characters used with it. So do 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 All right. collection of 3 seamless level backgrounds and props. So the fact they're seamless means you can loop them around like we did with the 3D Endless Runner. So you'll have one here, and then when they move, you can take this one and put it here, and then take another one and put it back here. So it does continuously move as a side scroller. Street, station and train. 1920 by 1080, seamless, level props, boxes, barrels, tires, graffiti, and other. PSD source included. Nice. Not very often they give you the PSD source, so you can load it into something like Photoshop or Photopea and make your own edits. And that will make it easier to do things, like I said, about taking out the windows. So you could load in the PSD, remove the windows from, say, the train scene. This one here. And then you could show a parallax scrolling background behind it. PNG examples. All right, so in the package, 6 files. Source PSD, that's going to have all of the 3 images in. Got a README. We have the train, street, and the station as PNGs. And then a demo scene. I don't know why it's under a... well, the parent folder is called military backgrounds. I bet they have another asset for military backgrounds, and I bet they didn't. They forgot to rename it. Copy paste fail. Let's have a look. 96 on a page. See if they have one that's... They got top-down assets, military pack, character maker 4D military. Maybe it's in the military pack. Let's have a look. Down assets. Is there any backgrounds in this one? Have a look. Package content. Military pack. No, it's weird. I don't know why they called it military backgrounds, because obviously nothing to do with military. Maybe they were going to do a military version as well, or maybe this started out as a military version, they just changed it. Be street and subway instead. Now, let me think this through how you would use this. So if you were doing a Double Dragon type game, start off in the street and then looping. And then after the street, we get to station scene that wouldn't loop, come up to this end scene, fight. And then when you finish fighting, as you have access to the PSDs, you could edit these doors, make them a separate image, and then make the doors open when you've finished it, and have you go up and into the train. And then it could fade out, fade back in, and then you could be on the train, I guess.
Stay a while and listen.
Thanks, JD. Appreciate the look. All right, I'm out. Much love. Have a great rest of the stream. I mean, it won't be as great without you being here, JD, but you know, that's just something I'm going to have to live with. So thanks for stopping by. Always good to see you. I'll hopefully catch up with you on your stream soon. And let me just switch the calendar back real quick, because somebody seems to have broken it and left it on Android. It'll be better when you come back. Yes, if you do happen to come back, it will definitely be better then. Thank you. Okay. If I don't stream tomorrow, I'll be back in about a week. Well, I'm glad you finally got a handle on your leaky pipe issues, and enjoy your time away on your trip as much as you can if it's a worky trip. What do the reviews say about this? It's really worthy. The only reason I won't give 5 stars is that none of the props come in separated PNG. You'll have to do yourself using the PSD source file, which is very organized, by the way. Okay. I mean, that's doable, surely. If they've made the scene where there are objects in it, say the station scene, and there are barrels or whatever, and then you load up the PNG, the PSD, and then you hide all the layers, and you just keep the layer you want, say the barrel, and then you export that. I guess the downside is...
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Exactly. I guess the downside is if you don't have Photoshop and you don't know about the free version Photop, and you might get it and be like, wait, I was hoping to just drop this straight into Unity. That makes sense, and I think dropping a star for that if it's not made clear in the description is accurate. I haven't used it yet, but I loved everything. Perfect cartoon style. It will be perfect in my game. Now, if I did purchase this and I did want to do a fighting game at some point, is just 3 backgrounds going to be too limited? Because, I mean, really, you'd have the scrolling street, and you could keep having the street scrolling, which eventually would get a bit repetitious. But, you know, it's kind of how they did things in some of the games of yesteryear. And then you finally come up to this. See, there might be seamless, but here's my issue. If you're going from the street to the station, how seamless is it that this street scene here, really see the bottom bit because I've got all this tinting on it, but how seamless would it be when you get to the end of this street if it was scrolling, and then suddenly it stops scrolling, and then you butt the station background to it? How close is it going to look that the left-hand side of this is going to match the right-hand side of this? Because this street scene is quite dark, and we hit the station and it's all lit up, so I don't know. I like the idea of it, I just don't know how well it would work in practice. Price. What characters do they have that we could put in it if we did do it? How much are they? Character editor extension. Yeah, but where are the characters? So there's the backgrounds and stuff. Different art styles. Fantasy avatar maker. We want actual characters though. Characters that could like fight in the street that you're providing. All right, so we've got make a 4D military. There's the police officer from it. We've got a police officer in this one. But I don't see any thug characters. I don't see these guys. And these guys are not included in the pack. And does it actually give a link to those characters? Are they characters that the developer used to have for sale but don't have for sale anymore? I mean, it literally says you get these 3. Is compatible with our character editor. That's it. See, what might sway me is if they did have these characters, but all I see is the cop. I don't see these other guys, which you would use for NPCs. So fantasy, military. I'm not seeing them anywhere. And if they are in a pack, then maybe you want to put them in the thumbnail because then people might buy them. Just saying. I guess that makes the decision for me. I was going to splash a whole $1, $2.50 possibly if they had the characters, but I'm not seeing the characters. No. Why would you show characters here but not have those for sale? I don't get that. Cyberpunk Heroes. Site can't be reached. Okay. Excellent. Some of their packs got deprecated, so I'm thinking they probably did have them for sale, but don't have them for sale anymore. And yeah, that might be an issue because now you've got the backgrounds, but you don't have the characters to go with them. Now I've got to go hunting through the asset store if I wanted to use those backgrounds and find characters I could use. Yeah, I see that being a problemo. Alrighty, so we got the freebie from Hippo anyway. They do have a lot of good free assets and paid assets, so if you want to go take a look-see. And close that out now. We're not doing that one. Oh yeah, the fishing pack. So yeah, we'll talk about the fishing pack tomorrow. And we'll talk about the new flash deals tomorrow. And Cartoon FX2 Remaster we're waiting for in a couple of days. I will buy if it goes 80% discount. Alrighty. Jam countdown, still looking good. 3 days, 4 hours and 14 minutes. That's to look at after the stream. Close this one out. I need 2 Jam tabs open. Magic Shield Bubbles. This was something I didn't realise I owned, and I thought we might be able to use in Rescue Ball. Because, look, we have some nice effects there. And they are particle systems. They're not just like 2D animations. They're not just sprites. It's not like, well, hang on a minute, how are you going to put those on a 3D object? So, in theory, you should be able to use one or more of those. This is a $15 asset that I bought last September, apparently. 117 shield bubble. Cobwebs. Sci-fi looking. I like this. I think I could use it in Rescue Ball. I don't think I could use it in my Jam game because I think it's going to be the wrong style. Means it might also be the wrong art style for Rescue Ball, but we can do some testing. Scene. Cam Crab switching it back to Android. No! Show Unity. Cardoc Delicate. Welcome in. Hello, do you know about the dots? I don't know enough to be of any help. I don't know if you have a question, if anybody else in here can assist. I know we have some legends like Tubby Crumbles hiding in the shadows. May or may not be able to offer some assistance. Android is just nicer looking. Yeah, I think Dukasoft would agree, but, you know, am I going to wait till you lurk again and then change it back to iOS? Probably. Now look, we've got German. Oh, there it is. I was going to say we haven't got the counter back. Where's the counter gone? And there it appears. So, yeah, by all means, you can ask your question, Cardoc. But yeah, I know Dots has undergone a lot of changes since they first announced the Dots and the job system and the burst compiler and all that good stuff. I haven't used it in any projects. I've been through tutorials, not recently, for the earlier iterations of it. And I don't know. I feel like it's a good system. It's definitely something that, you know, you can use if you need it. If you feel like you have, say you have like an RTS game like Bardaki's The Unwanted War, where you have a whole bunch of characters. Thanks, Miss Adventures. Appreciate the lurk. That you've got a lot of characters in. I would give a shout out for Bardaki. Yeah, Bardaki's working on a game called The Unwanted War, and it has a lot of people in the scenes. No. Nay. And so, yeah, in that instance, if you have a lot of characters that you think using dots might be a way to optimize the system, and I would use it for that. But also, I don't know if it changed. I know in the early iterations of it that you couldn't actually use animation. I'm hoping by now that's changed because it's been a while since that came out. But yeah, no, sorry, I can't be more help on that. But you know, that's kind of how I am. I'm not going to smoke and mirrors you. I'm not going to pretend I know things that I don't know. Yeah, I'm just going to say it like it is. So I'll probably unpin Turgis's message now. Okay. Alrighty, so this is the pre-jamming project that we currently have underway, and you might be like, that looks like a bit of a steaming pile. What's going on right here? This is meant to look like well, it's not meant to look like a steaming pile, but it's a pre-jam setup, so we're going to scrap it completely, and we're not going to use any of this when we start working on the actual jam in 3 days and 4 hours. But this is just to test out some mechanics and things in what might be the game before the jam starts, just so that we're not wasting time and we can hit the ground running when the jam does start. So what this will show us is this is the scene view. In Unity, you get the scene view, the view you can edit and make changes to on the left. And on the right hand side, you have the game view, which is what the player will see. So if Unity finally wakes up, drag this across. Okay, so the original idea I had was that this would be your player, the white block, and he would fall slowly down the screen. And then other blocks like this yellow block would actually fall past, dropping faster than the player. And then the player cube will have the option to, when you press a key, it will rotate. In theory, it shows the direction you're facing. You should be able to rotate. But also then the right-hand side of the screen may or may not, still open for discussion, show a 3D view. So where you see that turret or that barrel pointing out of the white cube is actually where the camera is. And so, yeah, when you can see as he rotates in the 2D view on the left, you actually see the 3D view on the right. And to be honest, I don't know if I'm totally sold on having the 3D view as well. I might just have the 2D, in which case it becomes something similar to, well, familiar elements of a match 3 game like Candy Crush, but with the added option that it allows you to rotate. And if we imagine now we take the 3D part out of the equation, so we just had this as the screen, then you'd be able to rotate around, not 360 like this. It would snap to 90-degree rotations, You press a key, and it would allow you to shoot other cubes. And when you shoot those cubes, depending on what the jam theme ends up being, cubes might break open, something might get released from them. You might just bump them across to the next row if it's going to be like a match 3, just so you can match them better at the bottom. And then you yourself will have a design. So all the cubes will have a design on, because obviously match 3, you got to have different patterns on the cube so you can do the match. So you also need to make sure when you get down to the bottom that your block fits in the correct place. And then when your block lands, and another player block is spawned at the top, and that starts dropping down slowly, and then other bricks start coming down either side of it. That's the idea. Show browser. Now, whether we can implement that idea remains to be seen. So if we have something like Unity Match 3 tutorial, I don't know if there's an official one. Match 3 Candy Crush game in Unity. Build a vertical grid system for a Match 3 game. Implement horizontal converter and factory methods for easy instantiation. All right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring up this video and have a quick look at how they do it, because I have an idea how I might implement it. I'm not sure it's the best way. So 2 years ago, Gittermend had learned how to build a dynamic 2D grid system. Ours is going to be 3D, so yeah, definitely may or may not be able to use this, depending on what they demonstrate. But let me run to the restroom and refill my drink, and then when I come back, we're going to have a look and see how this particular person, in particular, implements it. Alrighty, so I'll be right back after this short break. Doing a bit of fishing. What I can catch. What do we got? Is it a fish? Shrimp toy. Alright, well. Something for the dogs to play with, I guess. Oh, bit of an overshoot there. Oh, I just missed the leaf pile, dummy. Mine's going to overshoot the other side. Yep. Oh well. We tried. We gave it the best shot. Alrighty. Have a look and see how they do. Something we can possibly... Ronnie, how are you? Well, come on in. Hope you're having a good Friday. Ronnie the zombie. Do you stream, Ronnie? Or do you just... I do graphic design and just random
Thanks for the follow.
drawings. Sometimes they end up at Redbubble. Thanks for that follow. Appreciate that. Sometimes I end up at Redbubble. Schedule. Last streamed 9 years ago, so I'm guessing no recent streams. Alrighty, well, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. It's 8:30 p.m. I'm just chilling. So where would you be at 8:30 p.m.? Is that France? Is that France? I know the UK is 6 hours ahead, which would make it 7:30 p.m. I think France is an hour ahead of that, so possibly. Yeah, I don't stream. My internet isn't strong enough to stream. So here's my question. Have you... South Africa? Oh, nice. Nice, nice. Have you ever streamed? Because I do wonder, like you look at the schedule and it says, oh, it's been 9 years since the last stream. I wonder if Twitch just like throws random numbers in there sometimes for people that have never streamed. Because sometimes I'll see it says, oh, this person hasn't streamed recently. So I'm just curious if you've ever streamed. But I appreciate you dropping by. Always good to see new people, especially when they drop a follow. I appreciate that. So in 3 days, 4 hours and 24 minutes, we are in fact going to be doing the Journ Jam. I did a test stream on a university PC about 9 years ago. Ah, okay. So you're probably not hearing a word I'm saying right now anyway, unless it's the muted ads that are going through. I think I streamed a total of 10 seconds. 10 seconds, long enough for Twitch to remember it though. Yeah, so... Yeah, I mean... I have technical issues sometimes where my streams get chopped, and yeah, maybe I've had a 10-second stream before as well. But yeah, obviously Twitch has a long memory. Twitch remembered it, and it's like, yeah, but you did stream for those 10 seconds 9 years ago. Like, wait, what? So yeah. Hopefully the test stream went well. Although I'm guessing if it's been that long ago. Oh, we hardly get ads, not enough people to sell to here in South Africa. Interesting. Okay, so the ad break in progress bar that's counting down, you can probably see in my chat, and you can probably still hear me waffling away, thinking, wait, is Ronnie not hearing a word I'm saying right now? But you're hanging on my every word, which I appreciate. Yeah, it's interesting that, you know, you did 10-second stream 9 years ago, and Twitch is like, yeah, but, you know, you did stream, it still counts. So we're going to tell people you streamed 9 years ago. And then, you know, people like me are like, why did you stop streaming 9 years ago? Did it not really work out? And you're like, well, you know, never really actually got started. So, yeah, I just get a screen that says ad in progress. I saw a similar stream the other day. And I was watching somebody that I actually mod for, and I don't subscribe to their channel, and it came up and it just said something like commercial break in progress, and I'm like, hey, why are there no ads? And yeah, they were in Canada, so maybe it's a similar thing. I don't know. Weird. All right, Twitch being twitchy. So yeah, the Journ Jam, the game jam that I'm participating in, starts in 3 days and 4 hours. And one of the ideas I'm having for possibly doing it, even though we don't know the theme yet, is like a spin on a match 3 game. I do want to start streaming once I can get fiber. I recently added fiber to my setup. I used to pay a local company, well, not really. I mean, it's a big company. I don't know if you're familiar with Spectrum, but Spectrum provide a lot of services, internet services, mobile phone services, and they were selling me a 500 megabit connection, not fiber, 500 megabit standard connection for $90 a month. And then I switched to Brightspeed, who are a fairly new company. They used to be called CenturyLink, or they bought CenturyLink out. And Brightspeed said, we'll give you a 1 gig connection. So they're going to give me twice the speed I was getting, but not for $90, for $59. I'm like, hang on a minute. I can save like 30% on my bill and I can double my speed. Seemed like a no-brainer. So I guess I switched to them 3 months ago now, and it's been going great. Yeah. I mean, it's difficult to get fiber speeds or 1 gig speeds without a wired connection. So Wi-Fi, I feel, is always going to struggle in that regard, especially since when they installed the hardware, they put it in the opposite corner of the house. So I said, well, how am I going to have a wired connection? Yeah, we don't really deal too much with that. We get your connection to the house, and then it's kind of your issue. I'm like, He said, what you can do, I think you're probably going to get amazing speed throughout the whole house anyway, just because the signal is so strong, which was a lie. So what you could do, if you really needed to, is you could get a Wi-Fi extender and plug that in where your PC is, and then hardwire a cable, run a actual cable from the back of your PC into the Wi-Fi extender, and then although it's wireless from the Wi-Fi extender to the hardware that we put in, the PC will still think it's a wired connection, and it will be quite happily in providing you with a 1 gig connection. No, that's how I have it set up at the moment. So let's do a speed test, shall we? And let's see if I actually manage to get 1 gig speed. No, maybe half a gig. No, maybe 200 megabits. No, we're gonna give you 176 megabits on the Wi-Fi. There we go. That's cheap even by our standards. Yeah, same here. They attached it to your house, but it still has a Wi-Fi link. Yeah, so I mean, I can't grumble at these speeds. Still, your internet connection is very fast according to this. However, I'm going to be moving my streaming location, my desk, my PC, all of my hardware over to the room, coincidentally, where Brightspeed installed all the boxes. Yeah, one of my kiddos is moving out. They bought their own house, and so their bedroom will be freed up, and I'll be moving all my stuff into there, which is where the hardware is. So very soon, hopefully, I'm going to have a hardwired connection, and yeah, I'll be flying when I do a speed test when I'm connected to it. And if I get anywhere close to 1 gig, I'm going to be a happy bunny. Yeah, very fast. Exactly. Your internet connection is very fast. I guess you'd say, well, can you put a number on that? And they have. They've got the numbers at the top, Dukesoft. So what do you have, Dukesoft? And Tyndall, welcome on in. What do you guys have for your connection? Do you have fiber connections? Do you have gig speeds offered but never achieved? Don't go flying without safety equipment like an airplane. Or, like a drone, like Dukesoft has. Well, Twitch limits uploads to 10 megabits. Interesting. Or at the very least, some really good bouncy stilts. Gigabit full duplex. See, that's what mine's supposed to be. supposed to be, oh yeah, 1 gig up and 1 gig down. Not getting that wirelessly, but I'm hoping once I move to the other end of the house and I'll throw a cable in the back of my PC into the actual Brightspeed hardware instead of into an extender, then I might actually get somewhere close to the kind of speeds that I need. Maxed out at about 970 in my tests. 1 gig up and down, it feels slow. What? As you can see here, Dukasoft, 176 is very fast. So, 5 times that speed at 1 gig should be alright. I'm at 20 meg down, 5 meg up, but only for 100 gig, then I get throttle. Throttling. Don't you hate when they do that? I remember I used to get throttling with my old... When I was with AT&T, my cell phone provider, and they were like, yeah, we'll give you... It's unlimited data, but once you reach this amount, then we're going to throttle it and you'll be slower. And I'm like... Why? I would hate to download newer games very fast. Yeah, we see the thing is as well, Dukesoft, is, as you know, because you're a tech head, you're not just limited by your own speed, you're limited by the speed the other end as well. So it's like, oh, I'm going to get this really fast connection and I'm going to hook my console up to it. And guess what? Everything I download from the PlayStation Store now is just going to fly. No, I don't think so. Nope. I think Sony probably cheap out on their servers and they probably have like really slow connections. And so at the end of the day, does it really matter how fast your own connection is? Yeah, so I really want to get fiber. I had 0.5, 0.1 megabit back in 04 with a cable provider. I managed to figure out that my cable provider were not smart. So Ronnie is in South Africa, so I don't know what options they have there. Maybe I know even like Canada, when I speak to Yogurt Garrel about her providers, I think she said there's like 3 providers. She's with Rogers, I think, but she said there's 3 providers in Canada. You don't have a lot of choice, really. So they had a modem, not a router. They gave an external IP, but if I unplug the WAN side, I still got an IP, an internal IP. They're currently busy with construction where I rent, so the landlord asked that I just wait until they finish so the cables don't get damaged. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, do you have a time scale on when that might be? Because I'm sure you're probably chomping at the bit, as they say, no pun intended, to get that new connection installed and running. So I kind of port scanned the modem when it showed up and found an FTP server, which I quite quickly brute forced the password for. Naughty, naughty, Mr. Tyndall. There was a config file in there that set the speed. I had 1010. Hopefully by December. So it might be a Christmas present to yourself, Ronnie. You'll be like, I don't know if Santa's going to be swinging by on his sleigh with his 8 reindeer this year, so maybe I'm just going to treat myself to a nice shiny new internet connection. Also, their auth level for "Are you a customer?" was "Do you have a modem?" So I just told them I switched provider, contract was up, and then paid $50 in a "I lost the modem and can't send it back" fee. Tyndall getting one over on the companies. GG's. Oh, definitely. The fiber costs the same as the mobile data I'm running. Yeah. Like I said before, when I had Spectrum, like $90. $90. Here's the kicker as well. $90 for a 500 megabit connection. All right. Thank you, Dixon.
And other bacon. There we go. That's all 4. However, I did get a pull request from our own Fulesnabel that added egg support.
Bacon!
Because he does everything in an insane way.
That looks like a higher resolution egg that's been downgraded by some kind of shader to look pixelated. Would I be anywhere close to guessing what was happening in that clip? Possibly. Yeah, so I was with Spectrum and they wanted $90 a month for a 500 megabit connection. And I said, look, you know, you guys are charging me too much. I can go to these other providers and they can give me cheaper lines. So do you want to do that? Or would you like me just to, you know, switch to somebody else and you lose the business? And so the delightful princess, I mean, she wasn't actually a princess, that was her name, or she said it was, that I spoke to, gave me all kinds of sass and attitude, and she's like, oh, the best we can do is keep you on the same that you're on. In fact, she didn't even say that. She said, you're on a 500 megabit connection. That's a really old one. We don't even do packages with that anymore. The minimum we have is 600 megabits. So I can change you over to that, and I can save you $8 a month. Wait, what? So I go from 500 megabits 600 megabits, barely noticeable, and you are going to save me $8 a month and that's it. Because, you know, I spoke to somebody recently and they said they called up to switch providers and you offered them 1 gig fiber connection, $75 a month, which I was happy to do. Spectrum's fantastic. Their support is great, just expensive. She's like, they're lying. They didn't do that. We don't do that to retain customers. You know what? I've given you the best deal I can offer you, and that's for existing customers. They probably just a new customer. I said no, they're not a new customer. I spoke to them. Been a customer for years. They said they were going to switch, and you gave them that deal. Can you not give me that deal? No, we can't. We can't do that deal. Right. Okay. .NET Bacon happened. I was at a convention called Networks Telecom. Microsoft was there showing off Windows XP. I poked a bit, figured they hadn't set a password, so I switched it over to the classic old grayscale theme, set a password for the admin account, and then switched them over to a guest account so they couldn't switch. I did it with 3 sales folks scratching their head, then turning that computer off. Tyndall, you're a very naughty boy. I miss XP. XP was great, wasn't it? Yeah, I miss XP as well. My gig is $35. Shut up, Tyndall. You're not. There's no way you're paying $35 for a gig connection. I skipped XP and stayed on 2K until it lost support for .NET. Oh, 2K. Why would you do that to yourself, Tyndall? Oh, Lord. XP was the best. XP was the best. Yes, 98 was great. XP was the best. I am. You're really paying 35 for a gig. UK was peak Windows. Now. Yeah. Last version that wasn't a children's UI. I wasn't a huge fan of 2000, I gotta say. The 100 is $20. So they do a 300 megabit connection, company I'm with. I think that's $29, but it's $59 for the gig. I think I'm paying about the same as Tyndall. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Everybody's paying less than me. I'm actually paying less than I was paying and I'm getting twice the speed, so I'm happy, okay? I'm just saying. So that's with Brightspeed, $59. Metronet is the other company that's trying to get business around here at the moment for fiber. And they are $10 a month more expensive. So I'm not going with them. Plus they're upsetting everybody in town because their contractors keep going through pipes and wires and things. Nobody actually wants to switch to them. And I can't get rid of the 100. It's forced into my condo contract. So technically, I just added $15. Not making me feel better, Tyndall. I went from 98 to XP and stayed there until 8.1 came out. Now on 10, but I really don't want to go to 11. I'm on 10 as well. I don't want to go to 11. I really could do with a new PC, but I know if I buy a new PC, it's going to be on 11. And it's kind of like I'm going to be forced to change then. Yeah, I really don't want 11 either. Give me my Longhorn. Tyndall. OnlyFans, not Twitch. We do live in a third world country when it comes to services. I love 11. What do you love about 11, Tyndall? As somebody that I suspect changed from 10 to 11, what made you go, you know what, I'm so glad I left Windows 10 because 11 has this. And I don't just mean the fact that out of the box it looks like a Mac OS. I don't mean that. I don't mean that apparently there's no real easy way, allegedly, to move the taskbar from the bottom. Tell me what it is you specifically love about 11. Other than the fact that, it will be supported after October, which I believe is when 10 goes end of life as far as support and security upgrades. They say it's one higher than 10. Have you not seen Spinal Tap? Spinal Tap as in the band? I mean, if you're talking about the band, no, I haven't seen Spinal Tap, but also I'm not getting the reference. Clearly there's something. Movie, no, I have not. No, was that a reference to that? I've been looking. Are we saying we are cranking it up all the way to 11? No, Dr. Captain Sir. I'm saying that I'm resisting. Dukasoft is resisting, and Ronnie the Zombie also resisting. We're staying on 10, but Tyndall is standing on top of the Windows 11 tower going, come on up, the air's much cleaner up here, it's much fresher. So we're just asking him to now explain why. Why is this one better? This one goes to 11, that's one louder. Hypervisor is betterer. I don't know what hypervisor is, Tyndall. Educate me. Yes, the cranking it up to 11 is a line in the movie Spinal Tap, and it's funny because the amp only goes up to 10, I think. Thank you for clarifying, Dr. Kamsa. If you run WSL, for example, what's with the acronyms? What's WSL? See, I think I know about Windows and stuff until Tyndall comes in and he's like, yeah, you know nothing, peasant. You just stay down there and I'll stay up here in my ivory Windows tower. Virtual machine thingy. Okay, I understand virtual machine thingy, that I get. Nothing wrong with 11, can't tell the difference. So, Tubby, did you not resist the upgrade at all? You just went from 10 to 11 and everything's just fine and dandy? I mean, as someone that has upgraded for many, many years Windows versions, what still scares me to this day is incompatibilities. Some versions of Windows even had, hey, right-click on this and tell it to run in this mode so that it's compatible. But, things like drivers, for example. Am I going to have an issue with my new OBS OBSBot webcam, for example, that, I upgrade to 11 and then suddenly doesn't work anymore, and oh look, there's no Windows 11 driver for it. Windows subsystem for Linux. But why not make 10 louder? Guy looks confused. Had to look up WSL, but this one goes to 11. WSL is Windows subsystem for Linux. Okay. I also need a new PC and will probably hold out till then to get 11. Yeah, I did, but got a new machine with 11 and it works just fine. You see, so maybe that's okay. Maybe if you get a PC that already has 11, then it's not so bad. But I do feel like if you start with a Windows 10 foundation and you have a whole bunch of drivers and you have things set up and you've got custom configurations and all that stuff, to then go to 11, I don't want Windows 11 to go, I can't possibly do that. And I don't have anything for that. And I absolutely can't support that. But welcome to the new life, Windows 11. That's my fear. Probably hold out till then to get 11, yeah. Somehow it's faster than Win 10. The only thing I hate is that they are no longer updating security. Yes, so from next month, I think it's the 24th, maybe. Anyway, October is going to be end of life, allegedly, and Microsoft is actually being sued by somebody. They're saying you're forcing me by not supporting me any longer to upgrade to your newest operating system, which my PC can't do. This is the guy that's suing them. So, in effect, you're forcing me to upgrade my hardware. And he is, in fact, suing. I don't know if it's a class action, but he is suing Microsoft based on that. Because before, it's just been a case of, okay, well, you know, if you want to keep being supported, you've got to upgrade your operating system. Yeah, I get that you're running a potato PC, but you know what? You can still install it anyway. I think 11 is the first version of Windows. I know that you can't just drop onto any PC. That, you know, it's okay, it'll run fine. You can't, I mean, there are ways around it, but you can't easily just say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and put 11 on this PC, and then Microsoft says, yeah, but you haven't got this particular thing on this PC, so we can't upgrade it. And you're like, okay, what do I do now then? 11 is the first that required an NPM. Yeah. 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 All right, let me catch up with chat. Yeah, upgrading on Windows scares me more than upgrading on Mac. Even scarier to me, upgrading Linux. Am I allowed to say something controversial? I mean, go for it, Tyndall. The Windows 8 start screen was actually a great UI if you had a touchscreen. They shouldn't have forced it on everyone. Most didn't, though. Most didn't have a touchscreen. That was ahead of its time. It worked awesome on the Windows Phone, though. I remember that. A few years ago, I went back and visited my motherland in England, and my uncle was asking me about his phone because, you know, I'm techie, so let's hand the devices to the techie guy. And he was like, I don't know how to do this and this. And I looked at it, and there's all these different coloured tiles on it, and I'm like, all right, well, I'll see what Windows did with the Windows Phone OS. They just copied Windows 8. So anyway, I did what he needed to do, but that's the first, I think, and only time that I've had a Windows Phone in my possession. Worked awesome on the Windows Phone. Oh, I'd love to see where that lawsuit goes. Windows 11 will not let you upgrade if your hardware can't support it. Yeah. Want to know the dumbest way to run Windows 11 without an NPM module? Is it an ISO? I've seen where someone says about creating a disk image, and then apparently it installs fine from that. You just can't do a standard upgrade for it. Windows didn't even tell me what was missing on my PC. Install Windows 10, install Hyper-V 3, install Hyper-V 3, create a VM with a virtual NPN, install Windows 11 virtually. Yeah. See, I used to set up virtual machines quite often at my last job. The only thing is, it's great for like testing and sandboxing and stuff because you're like, okay, well, we're going to install the software here. And then you can just like delete the virtual machine, just create a new one and start again from scratch. That was one of the things I used to do. I'm trying to think of what I used to use now. Something with box in the title. It's been a few years. I guess I'll have to rely on my antivirus for security. See, the thing is as well, Microsoft say, I guess they're like any company. It's like Apple with my phone, because my phone's so old now, they're like, yep, you're not getting any more versions of iOS. That's it. Forget it. And then some security vulnerability will come through that it's so critical that they do a micro release. And then next thing I know, it's coming up saying, oh, you got a new version of iOS. And I'm like, you're not releasing them anymore. What's going on? And I feel that happens with Windows as well. They say, that's it, no more security fixes after Windows 10. And then some hacker will find something with Windows 10 that absolutely needs patching. And then Microsoft will go, apart from this security update, we will just put this one on for you. Yeah. So here's a dumb thing if you're really nerdy. So Windows Server 2012, Windows Server versions. I'd forgotten about that joy. Had the same darn start screen as Windows 8 Now, the normal way to access a Windows Server 2012 is over terminal services. No one thought about that. Terminal Services Protocol works kind of like X11. It sends a message to the client, create a text box here, create a button here with this text, etc., etc. Protocol didn't support the start screen rendering, which made it fall back to taking a screenshot and sending that as an image over the network. That sounds like all kinds of fun there, Tyndall. Windows Sandbox is a great tool for isolating things. No virtual machine needed. Windows Sandbox I've never heard of. Is that a Windows 11 thing? Just updated my phone from 10 to 16. That's quite a leap, Dr. Kamser. Yeah. I in fact also have an iPhone X. Doesn't get updates anymore. No sirree, Bob. Every time you moved the mouse. That doesn't sound like an overhead at all. And there, in fact, is a link from Ocular to Windows Sandbox. What's the specs for installing Windows Sandbox? Oh, Windows 10 and Windows 11. Interesting. I didn't realize they had their own version. No, starting with Windows 11, data persists through restarts initiated within the sandbox. Oh, that's nice. I've not known virtual machines do that before. Interesting. iPhone 10 still basically works, just a wonky battery. Did you have any overheating issues, Dr. Kamser? Because my last phone, I had overheating issues. It said I needed to service the battery, so I replaced the battery. 2 months later, it said the battery was bad, so I went back to where I had it replaced because they had a warranty, and they said, all right, we'll put another battery in. So they put that battery in, and then 12 months later, when there was no more warranty on it, it overheated again, and overheated so much overnight that it warped the battery and it cracked the screen. Yeah, so I thought, hang on a minute, this is probably time to switch it out. And because I only needed a stopgap of a few months until I was getting another phone, I thought, well, I'm just going to get another replacement X off eBay. And that one also has overheating issues. So it seems like that might have been a design fault where they should probably have had a recall on them. But anyway, it gets hot. It cools down. It's fine. It's fine. Later this month, I'll be replacing it, so I'll be able to stop complaining then. Anyone here use DevBox? I don't think so. The one I used to use had Box in the title, but I don't think it was DevBox. Basically a preloaded Windows version for developers hosted on Azure. Oh. I would, but I'm too darn cheap to pay $80 a month for it, so I'll spend $2,400 on a computer instead. Yeah, that sounds like a cost saving right there. Which does kind of pay for itself over the computer's lifetime. It does. I mean, yeah. After what, 30 months? Not even 3 years, you'd have got your money back. No overheating, but the battery health thing says it's at 75% and it was difficult to charge on the port. It coming loose. I haven't had any port issues. But yeah, definitely not one of the better models I've owned. And I only owned it by accident. So what happened was, I used to have an XS Max, massive thing to hold in your hand. Okay, and I preferred the smaller screens. And then Firefighter Gaming decided to buy an iPhone X on eBay. Didn't realize it was going to be the smaller screen. So when they got it, they said, "Dad, can we switch phones?" And I said, "Well, funny you say that because I prefer the smaller screen. I don't want a massive thing to hold in my hand like a mini tablet." And she wanted the bigger screen, so we did a switch. So that was how I ended up with an X instead of an XS Max. And yeah, the rest, as they say, is history. She's since replaced the XS Max. She now has a 13, 14. And I'm still left stuck with my tiddly little X. Plus, if I had a GPU, I can game. There you go. Win-win, Tyndall. I had a Samsung once that the battery warped like that, though. Popped the back off, but didn't mess with the screen. And it was so weird, because I got up the next morning, it did it overnight. And I'm like, oh, I'm glad this didn't catch fire. And I picked up the phone and I was going to look at it. And I'm like, what is that on the screen? Big old crack. And I picked it up and the phone was kind of bent like this. I'm like, okay, I'm sorry you got all stressed out, screen, but I can entirely see why you got cracked. Yeah, mine is an XS Max. Ah, you see. That might be why. Yeah, because what I used to do, because batteries on iPhones are notoriously bad, is I used to get the Mophie battery case. And so when the battery would run down, I'd just press the button on the back of the case and zoom, battery goes back up, charged from the case. But the issue, of course, when you got overheating is having a case on with also a battery in it next to a battery that's already overheating is like double overheating. And yeah, it's kind of glowing white hot. You probably don't want to touch it at that point. Yeah, you're probably talking about VirtualBox you used for your VM Oracle board. Yes, VirtualBox. Thank you, Ocular. That's exactly what I was talking about. Yeah, Windows Sandbox. I'm curious about that. I'm going to leave that window open. Some reading later on. Close out my speed test. We'll go back to. I'm not sure we should really discuss the jam ideas with Ocular here because the joke is that Ocular likes to copy what I do, so we don't want to give Ocular too many ideas since I believe Ocular is also participating in the Journ Jam. If you want to avoid that, don't install Duck on your phones. Makes it go quack. For a while, DuckDuckGo was the actual search engine of choice, wasn't it? Yeah. Enskim comes in. Look at that glorious name all the way across the screen. How are you doing, Enskim? Welcome on in. Quack. See, you don't even have to type the exclamation mark. Just the word quack in chat. Anywhere in chat will get the duck quacking for you. Because that's how we do things here. Yeah. So, Enskim, I don't know, Enskim, if you know Balint of Science Streams, the Twitch's favourite ambassador on the platform. He did a segue last night. He's familiar for his segues, okay? And for anybody here that hasn't seen it yet, I created a new command last night just for Balint and how lovely he did the segue into asking people to follow me. So here we go. The latest command in this stream, appropriately called death.
Sorry, Cricket. Sorry, Yogurt. Y'all came in and you got to see me die. Guys, speaking of death.
Speaking of death, wait, what are you going to say after this? Huh?
What? Where you will not end up dying is with Big Gaming. There we go. There's the set.
So the segue was, hey, yeah, I've been dying in this game. Speaking of death, go and watch Big Gamey, which apparently is a little bit better, marginally, possibly, than death. Yeah, anyway. The first one. I'd like to see Balint on the second one, the SEGWAY, but definitely segue as in SEGUE, yes. Have to wait on Journ Jam for the final themes, but yeah, the 5 current ones are interesting. Ocular. Spoiler alert. We're down to 4 now. One of the themes got eliminated. Ocular. Yeah. So what Journ tends to do every year is he'll narrow it down to 5 themes, and then he'll post the 5 themes on the Jam page and on the Discord server. And then in the run-up to the Jam, in the final week, he will eliminate one of those 5, which he has already done, and then he will eliminate another one before the Jam. So you do, in fact, get a short list of 3. So in the closing days, in the run-up to the start of the Jam, we should be left with 3. Still lists 5 on the site. I haven't caught his stream. He's on now for updates. All right, so I'll make you a deal, Ocular. All right. today is going to eliminate another theme. All right. The one he eliminated already, spoiler alert, is if you build it. Okay, that one's already gone. He's going to eliminate another one today. So if you're watching the stream, if you can tell me, sometimes Turgus comes in and keeps me updated, but I'm not sure where Turgus is right now. Probably in RS John's stream. But yeah, we're going to go down from the remaining 4 now to 3 today. So if we look at the Journ Jam page here, if you build it, gone. Definitely not going to be that. Which leaves us with Man vs. Nature, Lost, Chain Reaction, and Under Pressure. And I'm in the stream now, and your stream. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so originally on Wednesday's stream, he had said, should we announce another one now that it's not going to be? And Balint said, no, let's do it on Friday.
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
So we were blocked for 2 days from reducing the list even further. So if you build it, it's gone. We're going to lose another one today. I'm going to guess it's going to be Lost. I think we're going to lose Lost today. That would be what I suspect. It's two streams at once, double streams. I got to head out. Cheers, peers. Glad to have found your stream. Ronnie, it's been an absolute pleasure. You take care. I hope the building works around your apartment go well. And, by December at the very latest, you manage to get your new internet connection in and up and running. And who knows, maybe even you'll start streaming then. And that would be fantastic. So, even though Ronnie the Zombie streamed for 10 seconds 9 years ago, Twitch still remembers that. So if you go to the schedule link on their page, you will in fact see that it says, this person streamed 9 years ago. So I'm going to do a shout out, even though we probably won't get a clip, but it'll allow you, with the Fancy Pants shout out, to go and drop Ronnie a follow. All right. And then we get a whole bunch of follows by December. And then when Ronnie comes back with a comeback stream, 9 years after the original 10-second stream, we can all be there to celebrate. Okay. So just do what I'm going to do right now. We click on the link in chat or the heart at the top of chat. And then right down here somewhere, we just click on follow. There we go. Look. And then 25 followers now, which should be 26 if I refresh because I just followed. 26 followers. If we can get that bumped up, we can get Ronnie to affiliate. It's going to be like, what? Affiliate already? And then you can have all the fun stuff and the redemptions. And yeah, do the thing, please, for me and for Ronnie. All right? Because I feel like we're new besties now. So, Ronnie dropped me a follow. So I think it's only fair. Very least you all can do is go drop Ronnie the same follow. Okay? So have a fantastic weekend, Ronnie. I'll be back at 7:30 Central Time tomorrow doing some more stuff. I'm not sure what... Oh, we decided you were 7 hours ahead, didn't we? So it's going to be 2:30 in the afternoon your time when I stream tomorrow. So be nice to see you then, but if you can't, I understand it because my availability is quite limited on a weekend too. So if I don't see you tomorrow, have a fantastic weekend, whatever you end up doing, and I'll hopefully catch up with you soon. Alrighty, on that note, shall we take a look at how Candy Crush games could potentially possibly work in Unity? I don't know if Tubby Crumbles is still around. I don't know if Tubby's ever created a match 3 game at all. Probably has. Probably sneezed once, and then what came out of his nose, he just kind of rubbed into the monitor, and then there was a match 3 game there, because Tubby is just that talented. I'll come check out if I'm home. Alrighty, but if you're not home, then hopefully you're AFK, away from keyboard, as they say, doing something fun. So, yeah, have a good one. Hey, look, it's spooky, isn't it? Tyndall was here talking about NPM and upgrading to Windows 11. And what do we have over here? NPM hacked. which is probably nothing to do with Windows, but anyway, there we go. The prime time, it somehow got worse. It says npm hacked. Tyndall's still here. Yay! Do you know Tyndall has a really cute cat called Zelda? If we do a shout out and get a clip, we might even get to see said kitty. Let's have a look. Possibly.
Just give me a headache.
Not on this one.
The point of this line is that if I hadn't had this line, I would have gotten a warning.
Yeah.
Let me show you. If I do this, and I'll do these.
So you can get edumacated at Tyndall's stream as well. It's not just watching him do stuff. He tells
I'm
you.
getting an error instead right now.
He edumacates you.
Here we go. See what it says there? This async method lacks await operators and will
run asynchronously. Yes, exactly. Yeah, I was just about to say that. Anyway, there's the lovely Zelda immortalized in emote form. Okay. Yeah, so I'm torn now. Do we start watching this and see how to create a 2D game and hope that the theory, the mechanic is still transferable to 3D, or do we try and find a 3D tutorial instead? Tyndall is always here. I mean, I wouldn't expect anybody to be always here, apart from me, because apparently if you show up and the streamer's not there, people get a little bit concerned. But yeah, I'm the only person really expected to always be here. Thick Dull is eternal. There we go. Thin and thick in the same stream. What can I tell you? I am truly blessed today. And if everybody else wants to bring their alt accounts in, more the merrier. Okay, so yeah, this is a 2D grid system. I'm curious to see how it works. I'm curious to see if what they implement here in 2D will also transfer to 3D. Because in my head, I have some ideas about how to achieve it. I just don't know if any of those ideas are the best way of doing it. So the fact that Git Amend, this YouTube channel, has 32,000 subscribers, I'm thinking they probably have a pretty good idea of the best way of doing it. You know, this is not like some random person that has 3 subscribers and they're just like starting out with Unity. I feel like this might be the de facto way of creating a match 3 Candy Crush type game in Unity. Okay. All right, I just have a message in an app here that I need to look at, so give me a momento. Uno momento, por favor. All right, let me just pass on this screenshot of the message. Do 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 do. Alrighty. Okay, back in the room. I think I'm just going to combine all the Game Jam themes and have a Lost Man Under Pressure versus Nature in a chain reaction. Do you know, I believe Tubby Crumbles made a similar comment with all 5 themes. And he said, even as they read down from 1 through 5, it actually reads like a sentence. So maybe that's the answer. And then, you know, you're covered, aren't you? Yeah. But I'm reliably informed that another theme will bite the dust today. You know, another one bites the dust. There we go. Let's have a bit of Queen, shall we? Let's go. Then what we'll do is we'll do a calendar switch while Dukesoft and Captain Crabs are not looking. All right, so this was from 2 years ago. It looks like, well, I can't actually tell because they haven't shown enough of the engines. I can't tell what version of Unity they're using, and I don't know if they say in the comments down here. Correction, at 920, Grid 2D should be Grid System 2D. Okay. Source code. Oh, they've got the source code as well. That's very nice. The people struggling with the last bit of the video create 2 empty objects in the scene. Attach the match 3 script to the match 3 object. Okay, that's good. Got some extra steps for people that might be struggling. Wondering why you able to see the debug text and lines even if you're not in play mode. I see no stop icon, so I assume you are not in play mode. 7 months ago and no reply, so doesn't look good. I'm curious, why implement this current grid as opposed to working with the grid object built in? What does the built-in one not do? 8 months ago, no response. 10 months ago, we got a reply. Was it from the person that created the video? Nope. Maybe it's one of those channels where they just post the video, they have comments, notifications turned off, and they just never know that people have mentioned anything. This topic is so simple, but the code is so advanced. There is so much to learn from this simple Match 3 series for starters. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. 1 year ago, looks like when they stopped responding to messages or comments. I just read in a comment that there was not much interest in this Match 3 project. That's really sad. It's helping me tons, at least this first part. Okay. After implementing the horizontal converter, you forgot to mention that you need to add a new static method, horizontal grid to grid system 2D. If we're able to create new game objects by using new keyword, why do we need to use monobehavior classes to create objects with instantiate method? Instantiate is used to clone objects, specifically typically prefabs, including all their components and properties. Conversely, new game object creates an empty game object instance without any pre-configured components so that you can set it up from scratch. How do I run this? It's not running on my Unity. That grid is so dynamic. Well done with the converters. I wonder if you're creating responsive camera later on, like when the grid center is on middle, you need to sit. Blah, 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 blah. Unfortunately, this series doesn't feature a responsive camera. It's from my early days of experimenting to see what content would engage viewers. And sadly, subsequent Match 3 videos didn't garner much attention. I'm glad you like this one though. I kept it up primarily because, as you noted, it showcases the converters and provides a simple example of dependency injection. That said, exploring another grid-based game in the future to delve into all that stuff is definitely on the cards. I mean, given this is 2D, given that it's 2 years ago, and given that this guy said there's not much interest in it, maybe we'll find something else. Make a game like Candy Crush using Unity and C#. 65 videos, that's not quite what I'm looking for. If we sort these filters and sort by upload date, see how recently we can find something. A Match 3 game in Unity and C#, animate, fill, obstacles, swap pieces, Part 6. Yeah, again, this is going to be 2D, isn't it? If we have Unity Match 3, if you put 3D in the title, is it going to find it, or is it just going to pick up Unity 3D? Octomanx. Oh, I used to watch Octomanx a few years ago. Had some good content. Match 3, a 3D game. My new course is out. Oh, so maybe it's not going to be a great tutorial then if they're trying to direct you to the course. Lobby Match 3D. So this is actually just an advertising a course, and really, isn't it? It's not yeah, it's a Match 3D game. It was last updated around about COVID, so 6 years ago. So yeah, even with 63% off, I think we're not. I want something a little bit more, a little bit newer, if you will. All right, so that's the same. Mobile Match 3 game, mobile, so that's 2D. I made a complete Match 3 game in under 6 hours. Code Monkey, come on. I get that it's 2D, but I'm here for the knowledge that hopefully I can adapt from 2D to 3D. I'm going to pause this for a minute, mute this, and then play this. You're not very loud. Can you speak up a bit? Interesting. Every day. So I feel this is a little bit misleading. I made a game in under 6 hours, and you know we're 2.5 minutes in, and already he's using scripts that he's made before. Yeah. Mm-hmm. More interested in determining three objects being next to each other. All right, that seems to be the crux of it. It has matched three links. All right, so I get the way he's doing it. This is one of the ways that I was thinking of, where you actually have grid coordinates, and when something changes. So in our case, it's going to be when either one of the NPC blocks hits the bottom, or the player block hits the bottom. That's going to be the trigger for checking whether there's a match. There's not going to be any like manually dragging like there is in a normal match 3 game, but it is going to do that comparison once a moving block stops moving. And we're going to know we've reached the, not necessarily the bottom of the grid, but to a point where we can't move anymore. So if it's like a stack of blocks and then you get to the top of it, we're going to stop moving, and that's going to be our trigger. Okay, right, so I've got that logic. My name is Callum Frisky. Okay. All right, so here's part 1. Alright, so he's using a grid system. It also has a component showing which spaces are occupied. Right, so if they just check boxes in the inspector though, that'll just tell you if space in the grid is occupied. It won't tell you what's occupying it, will it? Hmm. Oh, this is the git amend one. This is the one we were looking at before. And this is sorted by order of time. So 2 years ago, 9 years ago, 11 years ago. Okay, so at a high level, we have a grid, and grid obviously has X, Y values, and then we just maintain what is in that grid, and presumably we have to not just say that a space is occupied, we need to say what is in that space. And then when the block stops falling and it lands, we have to then say, okay, what's to the left, what's to the right, basically all four sides of us, because a match 3, excuse me, a match 3 can also be up and down as well as left and right. So we need to know what's in every spot in the grid. Pretty much all the time that we need to do the check. So we're going to have a method that goes through the grid and says, okay, what's in every single spot? And if there are 3 that match in any direction except for diagonally, then that's where we need to say, okay, there's a match 3. So I think the first step is going to be deciding on the grid size. The next step is going to be the search through the grid to see if there's 3 that match. The gravity is going to be fine. We can handle that because we're going to have 3D objects that are going to have rigid bodies and also gravity applied. So Unity should be able to take care of the gravity side of it. We can constrain or add constraints to the rigid body so that there's not actually any movement on the Z-axis, so the block's not going to move backwards and forwards. Probably need to lock down all 3 axes. We'll do some testing when I first start creating it. And then we need to call a separate method to do something different when it says, okay, we've looked through the grid, I've found these 3 things. Now we need to destroy those objects. And then once we'll know where they are in the grid because we're maintaining that. And once we destroy the 3 objects, game objects in the scene, then everything else should drop down. And then when it drops down, we're going to have to do the check again and see, hang on a minute, now everything's dropped down. Have we got any other matches? Yes, we do. We've got these ones over here. Okay, so we'll destroy those. Drop down. Any other matches? No. Okay, so the game carries on. In my head, that's a top level version of how things should work. Winterbolt Games, 4 years ago, creating a match 3 game in Unity. End result will be something similar. Okay, we do it, and see what this person does. Very quiet. All right, I'm gonna have a look at this one later. I think definitely more to do, as this is my first real attempt at a match 3 game, and also it's not even going to work typically as a match 3, because it's not going to be, okay, we're going to drag this here and see what happens. We're actually going to have the player and NPC blocks dropping in from the top. So a little bit more challenging than a standard 2D match game. Also, of course, if I start creating it in 3D and it looks like I have nothing but issues, then we'll just maybe go for a 2D version instead, which we are overcomplicating it by making it 3D in the first place. We'll see. Alrighty. Close that out. We have here, that's the Rocky Horror thing I'm watching later. Jam. And now Messi is streaming. I have to watch 3 streams at once now. Yeah, I saw the notification on my phone earlier that Messi was streaming. Messi was actually the first ever streamer that I started watching. And I think pretty much since he has been going, he's been getting my Prime Twitch sub every month. So, yeah. Have we raided into Messi? I'm not sure we've ever raided into Messi. Let me have a look at my raid targets. Blee blah, blee blah. Have we raided Messi before? I'm not seeing him on the list. No, we haven't. So let's do that today. Let's raid on over to the Messi coda. So fire up the music again. Skip over to that one. All right, so the Messi coda, for those of you who don't know, has been streaming for many years. I always wind him up by saying that I'm only here for the redemptions because he doesn't have any redemptions beyond the Twitch standard ones. It's kind of a standing joke now. He does a lot of great game dev interviews. He also plays games on occasion, and yeah, sometimes there's giveaways where you can win assets. Some of the most expensive assets in my collection have come from raffles at Messi Coda stream. So we're going to kick off the raid real quick here. The Messi Coda. We should get our usual little thumbnail at the corner. You have a great day, Captain Krabs. Always good to see you. Sorry we didn't get to see your mighty poo today. Maybe tomorrow you swing by. Looks like Messi's actually playing something today, so we'll head on over, see what he's up to. There's your raid messages. First one for subscribers, second one for non-subscribers if you want to spam the chat when we get there. I will let you know that he's not always the best with catching up with chat, so you know what? We could even be there for 10 minutes and then he'll go, oh, I got a raid, because I don't think he has alerts on or anything, so we'll see. That did actually sound a bit like Messi. I'm sure Ocular Malice will attest. But yeah, more pre-jamming for me. Back tomorrow for Sandbox Saturday at 7:30 a.m. Central Time, which is way too early. I should probably be busy rubbing the dust out of my eyes. But yeah, I have no idea what we're going to do tomorrow. Is it going to be more pre-jamming? Is it going to be a side project? Is it going to be something to do with redemptions? We'll never really know until we get there. So hopefully you'll join me then, and we can have some more fun shenanigans. But thanks everybody for stopping by today. Let's go and show some love to Messi, and I'll catch you on the next stream. Thanks as always, as the message says there, to the mods.